Some men hide their murders in shallow graves. Others mail them to the police. They say madness has no pattern until you find the bodies arranged like a surgeon's masterpiece. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story runs darker and truth cuts colder than fiction. I'm so glad you're here. Wherever you're watching from, you're part of the family. If you enjoy the stories, a like, comment, or subscribe helps keep the truth alive. Have you subscribed yet? I'll wait. Done? Perfect. Thank you. Every click and comment counts, and you're truly valued here. Now, this is the story of the package that screamed. 2 killers, 2 continents, one chilling obsession with making their victims vanish piece by piece. In the Soviet shadows of Voroshilovgrad, a butcher walked among the living, selecting his prey with the patience of a spider. Thousands of miles away, in the bustling streets of Turkey, a postman carried secrets wrapped in brown paper and twine. Secrets that bled through the cardboard when the sun grew too hot. Tonight, we descend into the minds of men who didn't just take lives. They dismembered them, packaged them, and scattered them like puzzle pieces across 2 nations that would never forget their names. This is the story of Zayvan Almazian, the Voroshilovgrad maniac, and Orhan Aksoy, the parcel killer, the monsters who turned murder into methodology. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. Don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment. Zayvan Almazian was born into a world painted in Soviet gray, where the factories belched smoke that turned the sky the color of old bruises, and the streets of Voroshilovgrad, now Luhansk, stretched like arteries through the industrial heart of Ukraine. The year was 1946, and the war had just finished chewing through millions of lives, spitting out a generation that had learned one fundamental truth. Survival meant silence, and silence meant complicity. His childhood home squatted on the outskirts of the city, a crumbling structure that seemed to lean away from the wind as if trying to escape its own shadow. His father worked the slaughterhouses, those massive, blood-soaked temples where livestock became meat, where the air hung thick with the copper tang of death and the floor stayed perpetually slick no matter how many times they hosed it down. Young Zayvan would visit sometimes, standing in the doorway with eyes too wide for a boy his age, watching his father's knife hand move with practiced precision, separating flesh from bone, muscle from tendon, life from carcass. The other children played in the rubble of bombed-out buildings, pretending to be soldiers, pretending to be heroes. Zayvan preferred the slaughterhouse. He preferred watching things come apart. By the time he reached his teenage years, something had calcified inside him, something cold and methodical that observed the world through a pane of frosted glass. His teachers noted his intelligence, his quietness, the way he never quite met anyone's eyes for too long. His mother worried in the way Soviet mothers worried. Silently, privately, storing her fears in the locked drawer of her heart where the state couldn't confiscate them. At 17, Zayvan took a job at the same slaughterhouse where his father had spent 3 decades perfecting the art of efficient killing. The work came naturally to him, too naturally. While other apprentices flinched at the squeals and the blood spray, Zayvan remained calm, almost meditative. He learned to read the anatomy of living things, to understand where the blade needed to go to silence, to separate, to reduce a complex organism into its component parts. The first murder happened on a February night in 1968, when the cold came down like a hammer and the streets emptied early. Her name was Oksana, a 23-year-old factory worker whose face would eventually stare out from missing person posters that curled and yellowed on telephone poles throughout the district. She made the mistake of accepting a ride from a quiet man with steady hands and a clean car, a rarity in a city where most vehicles coughed smoke and rattled like dying things. He took her to a place he had prepared, an abandoned processing facility on the industrial outskirts where the windows had been shattered by vandals years ago and the local authorities rarely patrolled. The building still smelled of old machinery and rust, of things that once moved and now stood frozen in permanent decay. What happened inside that building lasted 3 hours. When Zayvan emerged, Oksana had become pieces, organized, methodical pieces that demonstrated the same careful separation his father had taught him with cattle and pigs. He wrapped her in industrial plastic, the kind used for machine parts, and distributed her across 4 different locations, each one chosen for maximum decomposition potential. The head went into a drainage pipe that fed into the Lujan River. The torso, weighted with factory chains, sank into an abandoned well. The limbs were buried separately in the city's industrial waste dumps, places so contaminated that even the dogs wouldn't dig there. She was never found. Not completely. The Soviet police in Voroshilovgrad were overworked, underfunded, and largely indifferent to missing persons cases, especially when those persons were young women from the working class. Oksana became a statistic, a name in a ledger, a cold file that gathered dust in a basement office where the light bulbs flickered and the heating rarely worked. This emboldened Zavin. The absence of consequence fertilized something dark in his psychology. If the first murder had been an experiment, the ones that followed became a practice, almost a craft. He developed a methodology, a system that reduced risk and maximized control. He targeted women who lived alone, women whose routines he could study, women who worked late shifts and walked home through poorly lit streets where the sodium lamps had been broken by teenagers throwing rocks and never replaced. The second victim was named Irina. She disappeared on a Thursday, vanished between the textile factory and her apartment building like smoke dissipating in wind. Her co-workers organized search parties that combed through vacant lots and abandoned structures, calling her name into the darkness until their voices went raw. They found nothing. The police filed reports with practiced indifference, adding her name to the growing list of women who simply ceased to exist in Soviet Ukraine, where bureaucratic nightmares swallowed people as efficiently as any serial killer. Zavin had taken her to a different location this time, a disused warehouse where agricultural equipment went to rust and rot, where the floor was dirt and the walls were corrugated metal that sang in the wind. He had brought tools from the slaughterhouse, instruments designed for efficient dismemberment, and he used them with the same methodical precision his father had demonstrated on livestock. But Irina was different from Oksana. Irina fought. She clawed and screamed and refused to submit even when the blade pressed against her throat and her blood began to paint the dirt floor in abstract patterns. This resistance excited something in Zavin, awakened a hunger he hadn't fully recognized in the first killing. The struggle became part of the ritual. The fear in their eyes became a drug more potent than any opiate flowing through the Soviet black markets. He kept her alive longer than he had kept Oksana. Hours longer. He wanted to study that transition, that moment when hope finally died in the human eye and acceptance settled in like winter frost. When he finally allowed her to die, when he finally moved from torture to termination, he felt an exhaustion that was almost sexual, a release that left him hollow and temporarily satisfied. Her remains were distributed even more carefully than Oksana's. Zavin had learned from the first disposal. He understood now that water accelerated decomposition, that industrial sites provided natural camouflage, that spreading the pieces across a wide geographic area prevented any single discovery from leading investigators toward a pattern. Irina became geography, a fragment here, a fragment there, scattered across Voroshilovgrad like seeds that would never grow. The years unfolded. More women disappeared. Katerina in 1970, Svetlana in 1971, Nadia in 1972. Each vanishing created ripples of fear through the community. Whispers exchanged in lines at government stores, worried mothers walking their daughters home from work. A city slowly recognizing that something predatory moved among them even if they couldn't name it, couldn't identify it, couldn't stop it. The Soviet system, with its obsession with projecting strength and order, was fundamentally ill-equipped to acknowledge the existence of serial murder within its borders. Serial killers were a Western problem, a symptom of capitalist decay and moral bankruptcy. To admit their presence in the USSR would be to admit systemic failure, and such admissions were ideologically impossible. So the disappearances were classified as isolated incidents, unconnected tragedies, individual misfortunes that required no broader investigation. This institutional blindness gave Zavin nearly a decade of unimpeded hunting. He refined his technique, learned to read people better, developed an almost supernatural ability to identify vulnerability. He could spot the woman who had just fought with her boyfriend, the one who had stayed late finishing factory quotas, the one who was tired enough and desperate enough to accept help from a stranger with a kind face and a warm car. By 1975, his victim count had reached double digits, though no official authority would admit this. The women had become ghosts, their names fading from memory except in the hearts of families who kept faded photographs on kitchen tables and lit candles on days that meant something only to them. Voroshilovgrad developed a reputation, whispered about in other cities, a place where women vanished, where the industrial shadows swallowed people whole. Zavin had become meticulous to the point of ritual. Each murder followed a pattern now: the selection, the isolation, the prolonged period of control, the methodical dismemberment, the careful disposal. He kept trophies too, small objects taken from each victim, stored in a locked box in his apartment. An earring, a hair clip, a photograph, tangible proof that they had existed, that he had erased them, that he possessed the power of life and death. His co-workers at the slaughterhouse noticed nothing unusual. Zavin remained quiet, competent, punctual. He showed up for his shifts, performed his work with the same steady efficiency he always had, and went home to an apartment that smelled of bleach and contained secrets that would have turned his neighbors' stomachs inside out. The Soviet system had created the perfect environment for him, a society where people minded their own business out of self-preservation, where asking too many questions could result in uncomfortable interviews with serious men in gray suits, where the concept of community surveillance paradoxically created profound isolation. Everyone watched everyone, so no one truly saw anything. But patterns have a way of emerging, even through institutional incompetence. By the late 1970s, some investigators began to notice connections, similarities that suggested coordination rather than coincidence. The missing women shared certain characteristics: age range, appearance, employment in industrial sectors, habits that made them accessible to someone who understood timing and opportunity. A task force was quietly assembled, quietly because official acknowledgement would raise questions about why it had taken so long, why so many women had vanished before anyone connected the disappearances. The investigators worked with limited resources, antiquated forensic techniques, and a bureaucratic system that prioritized political loyalty over criminal expertise. They were hunting a ghost who had spent years learning to leave no trace, a killer who understood that in the Soviet Union, the easiest way to make someone disappear was simply to ensure their body never appeared. Orhan Aksoy was born in Istanbul in 1954, in a neighborhood where the buildings crowded together like teeth in a diseased mouth, and the streets smelled of fish and diesel and dreams that died young. Turkey was different from the Soviet Union. More chaotic, more religious, with different rules about what could be hidden and what had to be displayed. But both nations shared a fundamental truth. There were people who lived on the margins, who moved through society without ever being truly seen. His father drove a taxi through Istanbul's impossible traffic, navigating the city's arteries with a fatalistic acceptance of near-constant collision. His mother took in sewing, her fingers perpetually pricked and bandaged, squinting over cloth in lamplight that made her eyes water and her head ache. Orhan was the middle child of 5, lost in the chaos of a household where food was rationed and attention was scarce, and everyone learned early to fight for whatever they needed. School bored him, the rote memorization, the strict teachers with their rulers and their dogma, the endless recitation of facts that seemed to have no connection to the actual world he inhabited. He preferred the streets, where real education happened, where he learned to read people's intentions in the set of their shoulders, to identify opportunity in moments of distraction, to understand that the world was divided into predators and prey, and the only question that mattered was which category you belonged to. By his teenage years, Orhan had developed a reputation as someone useful for certain tasks. Deliveries that needed discretion, messages that shouldn't be written down, small acts of violence performed efficiently and without unnecessary drama. He wasn't particularly large or imposing, but he had something more valuable: a complete absence of hesitation. When someone needed something done, Orhan did it without moral contemplation, without the burden of conscience that made other men weak and unreliable. At 22, he got a job with the Postal Service, a position that came with a uniform, a modest salary, and access to the intimate geography of Istanbul's residential neighborhoods. He delivered letters and packages, learned the rhythms of households, understood who lived alone, who kept irregular schedules, who might open their door to a familiar face in a postal uniform without suspicion or fear. The first murder wasn't planned. It emerged from opportunity and impulse, from a confluence of circumstance that Orhan recognized and exploited with the predatory instinct he'd been cultivating since childhood. Her name was Elif, a widow in her 50s who lived alone in a modest apartment in Fatih, one of Istanbul's oldest districts where the buildings dated back to the Ottoman era and the streets were narrow enough that neighbors could lean from opposite windows and share tea. He had been delivering her mail for months, exchanging pleasantries in Turkish, commenting on the weather, building the kind of casual familiarity that made people careless. She trusted him. That was her fatal mistake. On an afternoon when the call to prayer echoed from a dozen minarets and the streets were temporarily empty, Orhan knocked on Elif's door with a package that required a signature. She invited him inside, just for a moment, just to set down the heavy parcel and find a pen. The apartment smelled of cooking spices and old furniture, of a life lived in solitude, of vulnerability that hung in the air like humidity. He strangled her with a postal cord, the kind used to secure heavy packages, watching her face transition through shock and terror and finally resignation as her body stopped fighting and went slack in his grip. The whole thing took less than 4 minutes. When it was over, when Elif had become a corpse cooling on her own kitchen floor, Orhan felt something he hadn't anticipated. Absolute calm. No guilt, no panic, no moral crisis. Just calm, and beneath the calm, a dark satisfaction that felt like coming home. But Elif's body presented a problem. He couldn't leave her here. She had family who checked on her, neighbors who would notice her absence, a social network that would trigger investigation. He needed her to disappear more completely than a simple death would allow. This is when Orhan's genius for disposal revealed itself. He understood packages, understood how things moved through Istanbul's Byzantine postal and delivery infrastructure, understood that the city processed millions of parcels every year and no one looked too carefully at what was inside if the outside appeared legitimate. Using knives from Elif's own kitchen, Orhan set about reducing her to manageable pieces, working with the methodical focus of someone performing a familiar task. He had butchered animals before, sheep and chickens during religious holidays, and human anatomy wasn't so different. Meat was meat, bones were bones, and a sharp blade applied with sufficient force could separate anything. He wrapped the pieces in plastic sheeting, then in brown paper, securing each parcel with tape and cord. He addressed them to fake addresses across Istanbul. Locations he knew were vacant buildings or business that had closed. Over the next week, traveling on his postal routes, he deposited these packages in various mailboxes and collection points throughout the city, letting the postal system itself disperse the evidence. Some parcels were discovered quickly, confused postal workers opening misdelivered packages and finding contents that made them vomit in sorting facilities. Other pieces were never found, lost in the bureaucratic chaos of Turkey's mail system, incinerated or dumped when addresses proved invalid and return addresses didn't exist. The police investigation was hampered by the dispersed nature of the discovery. Different precincts received reports of different body parts, and the coordination between Istanbul's various police departments was minimal at best. It took weeks before anyone realized the pieces belonged to a single victim, and by then Orhan had already identified his next target. Her name was Ice, a university student who rented a small apartment in Beyoğlu and worked part-time at a bookstore. Orhan had noticed her because she fit a pattern he was developing. Young, living alone, with family far enough away that daily contact wasn't expected. He began delivering mail to her building, learning her schedule, understanding when she was most likely to be alone and unguarded. The method was similar to Elif's murder, but Orhan had refined his approach. He brought his own tools this time, medical-grade implements purchased from a surgical supply store where the clerk asked no questions if payment was cash. The dismemberment was cleaner, more precise. The packaging was more sophisticated. He had learned from the first dispersal, understood now how to address packages so they would move through the system longer before being flagged as undeliverable. Ice became geography, scattered across Istanbul in parcels that moved through the postal network like poison through bloodstream. A leg delivered to an address in Üsküdar. An arm found in a sorting facility in Kadıköy. A torso wrapped so carefully it passed through 3 different handling stations before someone noticed the leakage and the smell. The media began to notice. Sensational headlines appeared in Turkish newspapers. The parcel killer strikes again. Body parts in the mail. Istanbul's postal horror. The coverage created panic, particularly among young women living alone, but it also created pressure on police to solve cases that were fundamentally difficult to investigate. Orhan read these articles with detached interest, the way a craftsman might study reviews of his work. He felt no guilt, no fear of capture, only a growing confidence that he had discovered a nearly perfect method of murder. The postal system provided built-in evidence dispersal, the urban density of Istanbul provided countless potential victims, and his position as a postman gave him access and cover that would have been impossible in any other profession. The third victim was named Zeynep, a nurse who worked night shifts at a municipal hospital and walked home alone through Taksim Square in the early morning hours when the city was transitioning between darkness and dawn. Orhan followed her for 2 weeks, learning her patterns, identifying the optimal moment for interception. He approached her in his postal uniform, claiming he had an urgent delivery that required immediate signature, a parcel that contained medical supplies for the hospital. She hesitated, some instinct warning her, but the uniform convinced her, the official appearance overriding her gut feeling that something was wrong. He took her to a storage unit he had rented on the Asian side of Istanbul, an anonymous space among hundreds of identical units where screams would be muffled by concrete and distance. This time, he kept her alive longer, wanting to understand what drove him, wanting to explore the psychology of his own compulsion. Zeynep begged. She pleaded. She offered him money, sex, silence, anything if he would let her live. Her desperation disgusted him, but it also fascinated him. He wondered if all humans reduced to the same animal terror when confronted with their own mortality, if beneath the civilized surface everyone was just meat that knew it would eventually rot. When he finally killed her, when he finally allowed her suffering to end, he felt anticlimactic disappointment. The act of murder itself had become routine, almost boring. The real satisfaction came from the aftermath, from the careful dismemberment, from the precise packaging, from the knowledge that he was sending pieces of a human being through a system designed to deliver household goods and love letters. Zeynep's remains were scattered across 8 different districts. A hand in Sicily, foot in Fadi, internal organs in Besiktas, the head, wrapped in layers of plastic and paper, sent to an address in Ayap that turned out to be a mosque's administrative office. The imam who opened that package would require months of therapy and never fully recover his faith in human goodness. The investigation was intensifying now. A special task force had been assembled, detectives who specialized in serial crimes, forensic experts borrowed from Ankara's National Police Headquarters. They were beginning to identify patterns, the connection to the postal system, the geographic distribution of remains, the victim profile of women living alone. But Orhan remained ahead of them, protected by the same anonymity that made him effective. There were thousands of postal workers in Istanbul, and his colleagues thought him quiet but unremarkable, the kind of employee who did his job competently and went home without socializing. No one suspected the man who delivered their mail might be the same man packaging murder victims like merchandise. His apartment reflected his compartmentalized psychology. Neat, organized, with a collection of postal supplies that seemed perfectly logical for someone in his profession. Hidden in a locked closet were the tools he used for dismemberment, cleaned meticulously after each use, stored in a leather case that looked like it might contain expensive kitchen knives. By 1980, Orhan had killed 6 women, scattered their remains across Istanbul's postal infrastructure, and created an atmosphere of terror that made the city's female population fundamentally reconsider their daily routines. Women no longer opened doors to postal workers without multiple locks engaged. Packages left unattended triggered police responses. The entire delivery ecosystem of Istanbul had been poisoned by his actions. But ecosystems adapt, and so do predators. Orhan began to vary his methodology, recognizing that patterns created vulnerability. He started targeting men occasionally, broke his geographic preferences, even changed disposal methods when the postal scrutiny became too intense. Bodies began appearing in dumpsters, rivers, construction sites, anywhere except the mail system that had become his signature. This adaptation demonstrated something terrifying. Orhan wasn't driven by compulsion so much as by calculated malice. He could control his urges, modify his behavior, operate with the strategic thinking of someone playing a long game. He wasn't a mindless killer driven by uncontrollable impulse. He was something worse, a thinking predator who killed because he enjoyed it and was good at it and saw no reason to stop. Chapter 3. The Tightening Noose, 2,400 words. In Voroshilovgrad, the investigation into Zaven Almazian's decade-long killing spree finally gained momentum in 1979, when a construction crew digging foundation trenches for a new industrial facility discovered something that stopped work immediately. Bones. Human bones. And not just one set, multiple skeletons in various stages of decomposition, buried at different depths, suggesting years of disposal in this particular location. The discovery triggered a systematic excavation that revealed the remains of 4 women, buried in shallow graves that had been covered with industrial waste and rubble. Forensic analysis was primitive by Western standards, but Soviet pathologists could determine approximate age, cause of death, and time since burial. The women had been dismembered before burial, cut apart with tools that suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and experience with butchery. Senior investigator Viktor Petrov was assigned to lead the case, a veteran detective who had spent 30 years navigating Soviet bureaucracy and criminal investigation with equal cynicism. He understood immediately that the discovery represented not 4 isolated murders, but the visible portion of something much larger, an iceberg of violence that had been hidden beneath institutional indifference and bureaucratic incompetence. Petrov began the painstaking work of connecting disappearances, reviewing files that had been gathering dust for years, interviewing families who had given up hope of ever learning what happened to their daughters, sisters, wives. A pattern emerged: women of similar age range, similar appearance, similar circumstances, vanishing from the same general geographic area over a period spanning more than a decade. The total count was staggering. At least 19 women, possibly more, had disappeared in circumstances consistent with abduction and murder. This would make the killer one of the most prolific in Soviet history, a fact that created immediate political problems. The USSR didn't officially have serial killers. That was a Western disease, a symptom of capitalist moral decay. To acknowledge this case meant acknowledging systemic failure, and such acknowledgments required approval from multiple levels of bureaucracy. Petrov pressed forward anyway, driven by a combination of professional obligation and personal disgust at how thoroughly these women had been failed by the system they had trusted to protect them. He began focusing on people with access to the disposal sites, on individuals with anatomical knowledge, on men whose work gave them freedom of movement and opportunity for isolation. Zaven Almazian's name appeared in the investigation almost by accident. A witness mentioned seeing a vehicle near one of the disposal sites, provided a partial description and license plate number. The vehicle was registered to an employee of the municipal slaughterhouse, one of several employees who had the skills and knowledge necessary to efficiently dismember a human body. Surveillance began. Investigators followed Zaven through his daily routines, documenting his movements, identifying patterns. They noticed he drove certain routes regularly, routes that took him past areas where women had disappeared. They observed him watching women, his gaze lingering just a fraction too long, his interest just slightly too focused. But surveillance alone wasn't enough for arrest. Not in the Soviet legal system, where confessions held tremendous weight and physical evidence was often sparse. Petrov needed more. He needed to catch Zaven in the act, or he needed evidence that would survive judicial scrutiny. The break came in December 1979, when Zaven made his first mistake in 11 years of killing. He selected a victim named Marina, a factory worker whose routine he had been studying for weeks. What Zaven didn't know was that Marina had recently begun a relationship with a soldier who was visiting from a military base outside the city, and the soldier had been walking her home from work as a romantic gesture. When Zaven approached Marina on a dark street, offering her a ride in his warm car on a night when the temperature had dropped to -20, she declined politely. Zaven persisted, his insistence crossing from friendly to threatening in a way that alarmed Marina's companion. The soldier intervened and Zavin, rather than engage or escalate, drove away quickly, his face remembered, his license plate noted. The soldier reported the incident to local police, mentioning the strange intensity of the man's interest in Marina. When that report crossed Petrov's desk, when he saw Zavin Almazian's name attached to an incident involving attempted isolation of a woman fitting his victim profile, every piece suddenly locked into place. A search warrant was obtained, and on January 15, 1980, investigators descended on Zavin's apartment with enough officers to control any resistance. What they found confirmed Petrov's darkest suspicions. The locked box containing trophies from each victim, tools carefully cleaned but still bearing microscopic traces of blood, journals describing the murders in clinical detail, written in a neat hand that documented each killing like a scientific experiment. Zavin didn't resist arrest. When the officers broke down his door, they found him sitting calmly at his kitchen table, eating breakfast as if this were an ordinary morning. He looked at them without surprise, without fear, with only a mild curiosity about what would happen next. The interrogation lasted days. Soviet interrogation techniques were harsh, psychologically brutal, designed to break resistance through relentless pressure and isolation. But Zavin didn't need breaking. He confessed readily, almost eagerly, as if relieved to finally discuss his work with an audience. He described each murder in precise detail, correcting investigators when they got facts wrong, providing information only the killer could know. The number kept rising. 19 confirmed victims, 23 probable, possibly more whose remains had degraded beyond identification or been scattered so effectively they would never be found. Zavin spoke about them without emotion, describing human beings as if they were problems he had solved, anatomical challenges he had overcome. The psychological evaluation painted a portrait of profound psychopathy, a complete absence of empathy, an inability to recognize others as fully human, a worldview in which people were objects to be used and discarded. The evaluators noted his intelligence, his patience, his methodical nature. In a different context, with different channeling of his abilities, Zavin might have been a surgeon or a scientist. Instead, he had become a monster. The trial was conducted with Soviet efficiency, swift, conclusive, with an outcome predetermined by the evidence and the system's need for closure. Zavin showed no remorse, offered no apology to the families who packed the courtroom, staring at him with hatred that could have ignited the air. He listened to the charges with detached interest, correcting the prosecutor on details about specific murders, seemingly unconcerned about the verdict everyone knew was coming. Death sentence. Execution by firing squad. Carried out on April 2, 1980, in a prison courtyard where the spring snow was melting and forming puddles that reflected the gray Soviet sky. Zavin Almazian died as he had lived, methodically, efficiently, without emotional display. His last words were reportedly about the technical aspects of his dismemberment technique, corrections he wanted to make to the official record about how he had disposed of certain bodies. Meanwhile, in Istanbul, Orhan Aksoy was experiencing his own reckoning. The Turkish police task force had been closing in through different methodology, focusing on the postal connection, analyzing delivery routes, interviewing postal workers. They had compiled a list of employees whose routes intersected with victim disposal sites, whose work schedules aligned with the murders, whose backgrounds revealed potential red flags. Orhan's name appeared on that list, but so did 37 other postal workers. Narrowing the suspects required more finesse, more investigation. The police began conducting interviews, seemingly routine questions about routes and procedures, watching for behavioral tells, looking for the nervousness that often betrayed guilt. Orhan passed the initial interview perfectly. He was calm, cooperative, seemingly helpful. He answered questions without hesitation, maintained eye contact, showed appropriate concern about the murders. The investigating officers noted him as unlikely suspect and moved on to others who displayed more obvious signs of deception or stress. But one detail nagged at Detective Mehmet Yilmaz, the lead investigator. Orhan had been too perfect, too calm, too cooperative. In Yilmaz's experience, innocent people accused of involvement in serial murder displayed some emotional reaction, indignation, fear, confusion. Orhan had displayed nothing, just a flat effect that suggested either complete innocence or something much darker. Yilmaz ordered surveillance, a decision that would save at least one life. Investigators followed Orhan through his daily routines, documenting his movements, photographing his contacts. For weeks, they observed nothing unusual, just a postal worker doing his job, going home, living an apparently mundane existence. Then, in March 1981, Orhan broke pattern. He followed a woman from her workplace, tracking her through Istanbul's crowded streets with a focus that triggered immediate alarm among the surveillance team. The woman, whose name was Layla, had no idea she was being followed by both a serial killer and a team of police who were about to save her life. Orhan approached her as she entered her apartment building, wearing his postal uniform, carrying a package. The surveillance team tensed, hands moving to weapons, preparing to intervene. Layla opened her apartment door, invited Orhan inside to set down the heavy parcel. The police burst in 30 seconds later, weapons drawn, shouting commands. They found Orhan with his hands around Layla's throat, her face already turning purple, her eyes wide with terror and the beginning of oxygen deprivation. Seconds later, and she would have been dead, would have become another fragmented corpse distributed through Istanbul's postal infrastructure. Orhan's apartment yielded evidence that made even hardened investigators nauseous. The tools, the journals, the trophies, the meticulous documentation of 11 murders, each described in detail that revealed a mind completely divorced from human empathy. The trial became a media sensation. Newspapers ran daily coverage, television crews camped outside the courthouse. The public consumed every detail with the horrified fascination of people staring at a car accident. Orhan maintained his calm throughout, answering questions in a flat monotone, occasionally correcting prosecutors about details of his crimes, showing more concern for accuracy than morality. The verdict was never in doubt. 11 murders confirmed, possibly more that couldn't be proven. Death sentence carried out by hanging on November 18, 1981, in a prison that overlooked the Bosphorus where ferries moved between Europe and Asia, carrying passengers who had no idea a killer was dying just beyond the walls. In the years following the capture and execution of Zeydan Almazian and Orhan Aksoy, both Voroshilovgrad and Istanbul underwent psychological reckonings that would shape their collective memories for generations. For the families of the victims, closure proved elusive. Knowing what happened provided some answers, but it couldn't restore what had been taken. Couldn't erase years of hoping and wondering and imagining scenarios both better and worse than reality. Some families found solace in justice, in knowing the killers had been punished. Others found only emptiness, the justice system's response inadequate compensation for daughters who would never marry, sisters who would never age, mothers who had died terrified and alone. Tatyana Volkova had been 17 when her sister disappeared in 1973, one of Zeydan's middle victims, taken during a period when he was refining his technique and growing more confident in his ability to evade detection. For 7 years, Tatyana had lived with uncertainty, hoping her sister had run away, had started a new life somewhere, was alive and simply unable to make contact. The truth, that her sister had been murdered, dismembered, and scattered across Voroshilovgrad's industrial wasteland, was somehow both confirmation of her deepest fears and more horrible than anything she had imagined. I used to drive past that construction site, Tatyana told Soviet journalists who covered the aftermath of the case, where they found the bones. I drove past it dozens of times, never knowing she was there, that I was so close to her. How do you process that? How do you ever feel safe again when monsters can be that close, can be anyone, can hide for years? Similar trauma echoed through Istanbul, where 11 families mourned daughters and sisters and friends who had become parcels, whose humanity had been reduced to pounds and ounces, scattered across a city they had loved. The postal system itself had been weaponized, turned from an instrument of communication and commerce into a vehicle for disposing of human remains. Eileen Demir, whose sister Ice had been Orhan's second victim, struggled with guilt that rational thinking couldn't dispel. She asked me to visit that weekend, Eileen remembered, said she was lonely, wanted company. I told her I was busy, that I would come next month. If I had just said yes, if I had just been there, maybe he wouldn't have approached her, maybe she would still be alive. I know it's not logical. I know the guilt belongs to him alone, but knowing doesn't stop the feeling. The investigations themselves had revealed uncomfortable truths about both Soviet and Turkish institutional responses to violence against women. In Voroshilovgrad, the systematic failure to connect disappearances, to allocate resources to missing persons cases, to treat working-class women's lives as worthy of serious investigation, had given Zavin more than a decade of freedom to kill. The bureaucratic indifference, the ideological need to present the USSR as crime-free, the structural devaluation of women's safety, all had combined to create an environment where a serial killer could operate with near impunity. Soviet authorities responded with typical defensiveness, framing the failures as individual rather than systemic, blaming specific incompetent officials rather than acknowledging the institutional rot that had enabled such prolonged violence. Several low-level police administrators were quietly reassigned to remote posts. New protocols were announced with great fanfare: centralized databases for missing persons, improved coordination between districts, mandatory follow-up on disappearance reports. Whether these reforms would survive contact with Soviet bureaucracy remained uncertain. In Turkey, the response was slightly more transparent, if equally uncomfortable. Media coverage forced public reckoning with how easily Orhan had exploited his position, how the postal uniform had provided both access and cover, how the complexity of Istanbul's delivery infrastructure had been turned into a disposal network. Parliamentary committees held hearings. Police procedures were revised. Background checks for postal workers were enhanced. But beneath the official responses, darker questions lingered. Detective Yilmaz, whose instincts had ultimately led to Orhan's capture, found himself unable to celebrate the successful conclusion of the case. "We caught him," Yilmaz told colleagues at a somber gathering after the execution. "But how many didn't we catch? How many others are out there, hiding in plain sight, protected by our assumptions about what killers look like, how they behave, where they come from?" It was a question without comfortable answers. Both cases had demonstrated how ordinary the monsters could appear: Zavin with his quiet competence at the slaughterhouse, Orhan with his postal uniform and unremarkable demeanor. Neither fit the dramatic profiles that popular culture assigned to serial killers. They weren't wild-eyed maniacs foaming at the mouth. They were methodical, patient, capable of maintaining normal facades while committing extraordinary atrocities. The psychological community in both nations seized on the cases as research opportunities, studying the interrogation transcripts and psychological evaluations with academic interest that sometimes obscured the human horror beneath. Papers were written analyzing the killers' childhoods, seeking causal links between early experiences and later violence. Some researchers focused on Zavin's exposure to slaughterhouse work, theorizing about desensitization to death. Others examined Orhan's childhood poverty and middle-child dynamics, searching for explanatory patterns. But the families of the victims found little comfort in academic theories. They didn't need complex psychological frameworks to explain what had happened. They needed their loved ones back, and that was impossible. The living moved forward because they had no choice, carrying grief that would never fully heal, scars that would ache in unexpected moments for the rest of their lives. Some channeled their pain into advocacy. Marina Sokolova, whose daughter had been Zavin's first victim, became a forceful voice demanding reforms in how Soviet authorities handled missing persons cases. She appeared at local Soviet meetings, wrote letters to regional administrators, refused to let her daughter's death be filed away and forgotten. Her activism made officials uncomfortable, but it also created space for other families to speak, to demand accountability, to insist that their losses mattered. In Istanbul, a victims' advocacy group formed, led by family members who wanted to ensure the murdered women were remembered as people, not just as statistics or case numbers. They organized annual memorial services, created a small park dedicated to the victims, worked with journalists to tell the women's stories, who they had been, what they had loved, what dreams had died with them. These memorial efforts served multiple purposes. They honored the dead, yes, but they also functioned as warnings, reminders that danger could come from unexpected sources, that vigilance was necessary, that the appearance of normalcy could conceal profound evil. The cultural impact of both cases rippled outward in waves. Soviet crime fiction, previously constrained by ideological requirements to show the triumph of socialist justice, began to incorporate darker themes, acknowledgement that evil could exist even within the workers' paradise. Writers like Viktor Astafyev and Valentin Rasputin, operating within the brief cultural opening of the late Brezhnev era, produced works that grappled with violence and institutional failure, though always carefully, always aware of censorship boundaries. Turkish cinema and literature similarly absorbed the trauma. Directors created films noir set in Istanbul's shadows, exploring themes of urban alienation and hidden violence. Novelists wrote psychological thrillers that examined the ordinary appearance of extraordinary evil. The cases became cultural reference points, shorthand for a particular kind of horror: the monster next door, the killer in uniform, the predator protected by institutional incompetence. But perhaps the most profound impact was on the survivors themselves, not just the families of the dead, but the women who had lived through the eras when these killers operated, who had felt the ambient fear, who had changed their routines and curtailed their freedoms in response to dangers they could sense but couldn't name. Irina Marchenko had been a young woman in Voroshilovgrad during Zavin's active years, working night shifts at a textile factory and walking home through dark streets because she couldn't afford taxi fare. "We all knew," she recalled decades later, her voice still carrying echoes of old fear. "We didn't know specifics, didn't know his name, but we knew something was wrong. Women were disappearing. You'd hear about it whispered in the factory, in the bread lines, at the municipal bath. And we adapted. We walked in groups when possible. We carried knives. We evaluated every man who offered help with suspicion. Living that way changes you, shapes how you see the world." Similar testimonies emerged from Istanbul. Women who had been young and single during Orhan's killing spree described the atmosphere of pervasive threat, the way trust had been corroded, the manner in which an entire gender had been forced to modify behavior in response to one man's violence. The postal uniform, once a symbol of civic service and communication, had become sinister. Even years after Orhan's execution, some women felt uneasy opening their doors to delivery men. The cases also sparked uncomfortable conversations about masculinity, violence, and social permission structures. What enabled men like Zavin and Orhan? Was it individual pathology, something broken in their specific psychologies? Or were they extreme expressions of broader cultural dynamics, manifestations of societies that devalued women's lives and autonomy? Feminist activists in both nations seized on the cases to argue for systemic reforms. In the USSR, where official ideology proclaimed gender equality while reality often contradicted theory, advocates pushed for better police response to violence against women, for legal reforms around domestic abuse, for cultural shift away from minimizing threats to women's safety. Progress was limited, constrained by political structures that viewed feminism as bourgeois deviation and women's issues as secondary to larger socialist concerns. Turkey's feminist movement, still embryonic in the early 1980s, similarly used the cases to demand attention to gendered violence. Activists organized protests, published manifestos, challenged cultural norms that blamed women for their own victimization. The response was mixed. Some societal acknowledgement, some backlash, the slow grinding work of cultural transformation measured in generations rather than years. Detective Petrov, the Soviet investigator who had brought Zavin to justice, found himself unable to take satisfaction in the case's resolution. He retired from police work in 1982, moving to a small apartment in Kiev where he spent his remaining years haunted by the faces in the case files, by the women whose lives had been stolen while institutions that should have protected them looked away. In his private journals, discovered after his death in 1993, Petrov wrote extensively about the case, processing guilt and anger and professional frustration. One entry, dated May 1983, captured his state of mind. "They gave me a medal, a piece of metal to commemorate solving a case that should never have lasted 11 years. 19 women dead, possibly more, and they give me a medal as if that somehow balances the scales. Doesn't. Nothing does. Every time I see a young woman on the street, I think about the ones in those files, the ones who should have grown old, who should have had children, who should have lived ordinary boring lives instead of dying terrified and alone at the hands of a monster we could have stopped years earlier." Detective Yilmaz in Istanbul struggled with similar demons. He had caught Orhan, had saved at least one life through his instincts and persistence, but the victory felt hollow when measured against the 11 lives already lost. He continued working in homicide investigation for another decade, but colleagues noticed a change, a grimness, a hypervigilance, an inability to unsee what he had seen in Orhan's apartment, in the crime scene photographs, in the autopsy reports. The forensic investigators and pathologists who had processed the evidence from both cases carried their own burdens. Examining dismembered remains, documenting the precise methodology of murder, analyzing the physical evidence of profound evil. This work left marks invisible to outsiders but deeply felt by those who performed it. Some developed substance abuse problems. Others experienced nightmares that persisted for years. A few left the profession entirely, unable to continue exposing themselves to humanity's darkest capabilities. Even the prison officials who oversaw the executions found themselves affected. The men who had executed Zavin and Orhan had been performing their duties, following orders within legal frameworks, but the experience of ending a serial killer's life, even one who richly deserved death, created psychological weight. They had looked into the eyes of men completely devoid of remorse, men who viewed their murders as accomplishments rather than crimes, and that glimpse into absolute moral void left scars. The physical locations associated with the cases took on haunted qualities in public consciousness. The construction site in Voroshilovgrad where Zavin's burial ground was discovered became a place people avoided, even after the remains were removed and new buildings erected. Workers on those construction projects reported unease, a sense of presence, the weight of terrible history that couldn't be erased by concrete and steel. In Istanbul, various postal facilities associated with Orhan's disposal methods became sites of morbid curiosity and genuine dread. Some employees requested transfers, unwilling to work in buildings where parcels of human flesh had been processed. Management brought in religious figures to perform cleansing rituals. Imams reciting prayers, blessings pronounced over sorting facilities, attempts to purge spiritual contamination. The broader public's fascination with the cases persisted long after the executions. True crime publications devoted extensive coverage to analyzing the killer's methods, psychology, and ultimate capture. Books were written, documentaries produced, academic conferences held to discuss the criminological implications. In some quarters, this interest crossed into something troubling, a voyeuristic obsession with violence that seemed to lose sight of the human cost, that treated the murders as puzzles to be solved rather than tragedies to be mourned. This cultural processing of extreme violence raised ethical questions that remain unresolved. Where is the line between legitimate interest in understanding evil and exploitation of victims for entertainment? How do societies acknowledge terrible events without sensationalizing them? When does examination of criminal psychology become fetishization of the criminal? The families of the victims often found themselves caught in this dynamic, their loved ones' deaths becoming public property, subject to endless analysis and reinterpretation by people who had never known the women as living, breathing humans. Some families retreated from public attention, refusing interview requests, declining to participate in documentaries. Others engaged, hoping that by sharing their grief they might prevent future tragedies, might honor the dead by keeping their memory alive. As decades passed, the cases of Zavin Almazian and Orhan Aksoy became historical, events that shaped the generations who lived through them but grew increasingly distant for younger people. The women they murdered became names in archives, photographs in old newspapers, abstract victims of an earlier era's violence. The specific horror faded into generalized lesson, that evil can hide in plain sight, that institutional vigilance matters, that the price of indifference is measured in human lives. But for those who were closest, the families, the investigators, the surviving victims, time provided distance but not erasure. The wounds remained, less acute perhaps, but never fully healed. They carried forward the knowledge that safety is fragile, that the social contract protecting citizens from predators requires constant maintenance, that monsters are real and sometimes were the most ordinary faces. The cities themselves eventually moved on, as cities must. Voroshilovgrad, later renamed Luhansk following the Soviet collapse, continued its industrial existence, The memories of Zaven's crimes gradually subsumed by subsequent tragedies, later conflicts, the ongoing struggle of post-Soviet urban life. Istanbul grew exponentially, spreading across hills and bridging continents, its postal system reformed and modernized, the horror of the parcel killer becoming just one dark chapter in a city with 3 millennia of history, much of it violent. Yet, in quiet moments in certain neighborhoods, among people old enough to remember, the names still carried weight. Zaven Almazian, Orhan Aksoy, the Voroshilovgrad maniac, the parcel killer. Reminders that evil is not abstract, not confined to other places and other times, but can emerge anywhere humans gather, anywhere systems fail, anywhere individual pathology finds opportunity to express itself through violence. The final accounting remains incomplete. How many victims really fell to these killers? The official counts, 19 for Zaven, 11 for Orhan, likely represent minimums rather than totals. Serial killers often have victims that are never discovered, bodies that have decomposed beyond identification, deaths that were never properly investigated. Somewhere in the industrial wasteland around Luhansk, somewhere in the landfills and waterways around Istanbul, there may be remains still waiting to be found, women whose families never got even the minimal closure of knowing what happened. And perhaps most troubling, how many other killers operated during the same eras, protected by the same institutional failures, never caught because their victims were sufficiently marginalized, their methods sufficiently careful, their luck sufficiently good? The question is unanswerable but haunting, a reminder that for every monster we catch and prosecute, others may slip through the cracks of justice systems that are always imperfect, always overburdened, always vulnerable to the determined predator who understands how to exploit their weaknesses. In the end, the cases of Zaven Almazian and Orhan Aksoy stand as monuments to human capacity for evil, institutional capacity for failure, and the terrible vulnerability of those whom society has marginalized or dismissed. They remind us that vigilance is necessary, that attention must be paid, that the lives of all citizens, regardless of gender, class, or social position, deserve protection and justice. The women they murdered deserve to live, deserve to grow old, to love and be loved, to experience the ordinary and extraordinary moments that constitute a human life. They were denied all of this by men who saw them as objects, as opportunities, as means to satisfy dark compulsions that should never have been indulged. We remember them not as victims, though they were victimized, but as people, as daughters and sisters, friends and colleagues, individuals with dreams and fears and the fundamental right to exist without terror. Their stories are not entertainment. They are warning. They are memorial. They are obligation to do better, to protect more effectively, to create societies where monsters find fewer opportunities and fewer excuses, where institutional systems serve justice rather than obstructing it. The darkness exists. It always has. It always will. The only question is whether we choose to see it clearly, to confront it honestly, and to dedicate ourselves to holding back the night. For the women of Voroshilovgrad and Istanbul who died at the hands of these killers, that dedication comes too late. For the women who live now, and those who will come after, it may yet make the difference between life and death, between safety and terror, between justice and the void. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, the Sevastopol Maniac. They say madness has a face, but what happens when that face walks among you, smiling, ordinary, unremarkable, until the moment steel meets flesh and screams dissolve into the Black Sea wind? Sevastopol, 2004. A port city where ancient fortresses cast long shadows over concrete Soviet-era apartments, where the sea whispers secrets to those who listen, and where death wore the mask of a neighbor. For 2 years, women vanished from dimly lit streets, their bodies discovered in states so grotesque that seasoned investigators vomited at crime scenes. The killer moved like smoke through the city's arteries, bus stops, marketplaces, apartment stairwells, hunting with patience that bordered on supernatural. He didn't hide in darkness. He thrived in plain sight, a predator wearing the costume of normalcy. His name was Pavel Bondarenko, a telecommunications worker with gentle eyes and blood-soaked hands. This is the story of how one man transformed a historic city into a hunting ground, how 17 women met unimaginable horror, and how the mundane facade of everyday evil finally cracked to reveal the monster breathing behind it. What you're about to hear will disturb you, not because it's fiction, but because every word is sickeningly, devastatingly real. Pavel Bondarenko understood patterns before he understood murder. Born in 1979 in Sevastopol, he grew up in a world of rigid Soviet structures slowly crumbling into Ukrainian uncertainty. His childhood unfolded in the shadow of military installations and naval yards, where discipline and order governed daily existence. Neighbors who remembered young Pavel described him with unsettling consistency. Quiet, polite, forgettable. His mother, a factory worker, raised him alone after his father abandoned them when Pavel was 7. Teachers noted nothing remarkable about the boy. Average grades, no behavioral problems, no warning signs of the catastrophe gestating inside his skull. But something was growing there, something dark and patient as a tumor. By his early 20s, Pavel had secured work with the local telecommunications company, climbing poles and threading cables through the city's infrastructure. The job suited him perfectly: access to countless buildings, legitimate reasons to observe people's movements, and the physical stamina required for the brutality that would define his crimes. He moved through Sevastopol streets daily, invisible in his worker's uniform, studying the rhythms of the city like a conductor learning a symphony he would eventually corrupt into screams. The year 2004 marked his transformation from observer to executioner. March brought the first victim, Svetlana Mikhailova, a 32-year-old accountant who made the fatal mistake of walking home alone after evening classes. Pavel spotted her at a bus stop on Lenin Street, her figure illuminated by the sickly yellow glow of a single functioning streetlight. The others had burned out weeks ago, never repaired, casting that stretch of road into pools of shadow where predators could breathe unseen. He approached with practiced normalcy, asking about bus schedules, commenting on the cold wind blowing in from the harbor. Svetlana, raised in a culture that taught politeness even to strangers, responded with weary courtesy. She never saw the knife until it was too late. Pavel's method revealed itself in that first attack. Sudden, explosive violence that transformed him from pleasant stranger to killing machine in a heartbeat. He dragged her into the concrete alcove of an abandoned storefront, the space reeking of urine and decay. What happened next lasted 47 minutes, according to forensic analysis of her body's cooling rate. He stabbed her repeatedly, but these weren't the frenzied strikes of disorganized madness. Each wound demonstrated deliberation, targeting non-lethal areas first, prolonging her suffering, ensuring she remained conscious through most of the assault. The medical examiner counted 34 separate stab wounds. Defensive wounds across her palms and forearms told the story of her desperate attempts to shield herself. Pavel had severed tendons in both her hands early in the attack, eliminating her ability to fight back while keeping her alive and aware. He carved patterns into her flesh, not symbols or letters, but geometric shapes that suggested some internal logic known only to him. When death finally claimed Svetlana, it came from massive blood loss and shock. Her body discovered by sanitation workers at dawn, positioned with deliberate care against the storefront wall, legs crossed, hands folded in her lap like a grotesque parody of serenity. The city barely noticed. Sevastopol in 2004 was still scarred by economic collapse, political uncertainty, and the lingering trauma of Soviet dissolution. One dead woman, however tragic, registered as another casualty of hard times. Police investigators filed reports, canvassed the area, and found nothing. No witnesses, no physical evidence beyond the body itself. Pavel had been careful: gloves, long sleeves, controlled violence that left no blood spatter on his clothing. He burned everything that night in a metal barrel behind his apartment building, watching his first victim's last traces transform into ash and smoke. April brought victim number 2, Irina Volkov, 28, a nurse walking home from a night shift at City Hospital number 3. Pavel followed her for 6 blocks, maintaining distance, waiting for the perfect moment. When she cut through Nakhimov Park to save time, he accelerated, closing the gap between them with purposeful strides. The park, once beautiful with manicured gardens and ornamental fountains, had fallen into neglect. Overgrown bushes created natural corridors of privacy, and broken lights transformed the grounds into a labyrinth of shadows. Irina sensed him before she saw him, that primal instinct humans possess but rarely trust. She quickened her pace. Pavel matched it. When she broke into a run, he abandoned all pretense, sprinting after her with single-minded determination. She made it to the fountain's edge before he caught her, his hand clamping over her mouth, the knife already moving toward her ribcage. This murder was faster than the first 23 minutes, 19 stab wounds. But Pavel was learning, refining his technique. He focused on areas that maximized pain while minimizing the speed of death. Kidney strikes, liver penetrations, deep muscle cuts that severed nerves and triggered agonizing electrical storms throughout her nervous system. When her body was discovered by morning joggers, investigators noted something disturbing. She'd been posed differently than Svetlana, on her stomach rather than seated, arms extended overhead as if reaching for something only death could see. The pattern was emerging, but police didn't recognize it yet. May, June, and July each claimed 2 victims. Young women, mostly between 25 and 40, always alone, always ambushed during transitions, leaving work, visiting friends, buying groceries. Pavel's geographic spread demonstrated strategic thinking. He never struck the same neighborhood twice in succession, preventing police from establishing clear patrol patterns. He studied their shift changes, noting when police presence thinned, when streets emptied, when darkness and isolation aligned perfectly for murder. Victim 3 was Natasha Sokolova, a teacher. Victim 4, Marina Popova, who cleaned office buildings. Victim 5, Ekaterina Bonder, a student. Each name represented hours of terror. Each body told stories of suffering that made hardened investigators question their faith in humanity. Pavel's signature evolved with each killing. The deliberate placement of bodies, the specific pattern of wounds, the timing that suggested he stayed with his victims long after they lost consciousness, continuing to cut and arrange and perfect his horrific tableau. By August, Sevastopol was beginning to understand it had a serial killer. The local newspaper, Sevastopol News, broke the story with the headline, "Shadow Stalks Our Streets." The article connected 6 murders, noting similarities that police had been reluctant to acknowledge publicly. Panic spread through the city like contagion. Women stopped walking alone. Hardware stores sold out of personal alarms and pepper spray. Taxi services reported record business as people refused to use public transportation after dark. Pavel read the article in his small apartment, curtains drawn, a single lamp illuminating the newsprint. He felt something unexpected, not fear, but excitement, recognition. He existed now not just as a person but as a phenomenon. The city was talking about him, thinking about him, rearranging their lives around his actions. Power coursed through him, more intoxicating than the killings themselves. He decided to accelerate his timeline. August brought 3 victims instead of 2. September, 4. The murders grew bolder, more brazen. He attacked earlier in the evening, when witnesses were more likely. He left bodies in more visible locations. One victim was discovered in a children's playground, another propped against the door of a police substation. A deliberate taunt that sent investigators into fury and desperation. Detective Yuri Kovalenko, assigned to lead the task force, recognized what they were dealing with. An organized, intelligent killer who was devolving, the gap between murders shrinking, control slipping. Kovalenko had seen this pattern before in case files from Moscow and St. Petersburg. The killer was approaching a critical phase where the need for violence would override caution, where mistakes would finally emerge. But how many more would die before that happened? The task force implemented aggressive measures. Undercover female officers walked predetermined routes, wired with communication devices, surrounded by concealed backup teams. Surveillance increased at bus stops and known hunting grounds. Psychological profilers were brought in from Kiev, constructing a portrait of the killer. Male, likely between 25 and 40, physically strong, employed in a job that provided mobility and access, probably living alone, outwardly normal but emotionally detached. The profile described thousands of men in Sevastopol. October's cold winds brought autumn to the Black Sea coast, and with them, 3 more victims. The city was paralyzed by fear. Women's advocacy groups organized escort services. Religious organizations held prayer vigils. Politicians demanded action while providing no resources. The task force worked 18-hour days, following leads that evaporated like morning fog, interviewing suspects who alibied out, drowning in tips from a frightened population seeing killers in every shadow. Pavel watched it all with detached amusement. He'd become a ghost, a myth, something parents invoked to keep children indoors after dark. But he was so much more real than they understood. He was the man who fixed their phones, the neighbor who nodded politely in stairwells, the stranger who held doors open with a smile. Evil didn't announce itself with horns and fangs. It asked about bus schedules and commented on the weather before cutting you open and watching your life drain away. November arrived with early snow, and Pavel Bondarenko, the Sevastopol maniac, was just getting started. Winter transformed Sevastopol into something primordial and hostile. Ice glazed the cobblestone streets near the old town, turning sidewalks into treacherous obstacle courses. Darkness fell early, swallowing the city by 4:30 in the afternoon, creating extended hunting hours for Pavel Bondarenko. The cold worked in his favor. People moved faster, paid less attention, focused on reaching warmth rather than observing their surroundings. Thick coats and scarves made identification harder. The weather became his accomplice. Victim 13 was Olga Markov, a 35-year-old postal worker. She left her shift at the central distribution facility on November 8th. Collar turned up against the wind, breath forming small clouds in the frigid air. Pavel had been watching the facility for weeks, timing shift changes, identifying women who walked rather than drove, noting those who took shortcuts through less traveled areas. Olga fit his preferred profile perfectly, alone, predictable, vulnerable. He intercepted her in the covered walkway connecting 2 Soviet-era apartment blocks, a concrete tunnel that reeked of mold and echoed with dripping water from cracked pipes. The attack was swift and savage. Pavel's knife, a hunting blade with a 7-inch serrated edge, punched through her heavy coat and into her lower back, targeting the kidney. The pain was instantaneous and catastrophic. Olga's scream caught in her throat, emerging as a choked gasp. He struck again, higher this time, the blade scraping rib before plunging into lung tissue. She collapsed forward, hands scraping against rough concrete, trying desperately to crawl away. Pavel followed her down, straddling her back, continuing his methodical destruction. The attack lasted 31 minutes. Medical examiners would later document 42 separate wounds, including what they termed experimental cuts. Shallow slices across non-vital areas suggesting the killer was testing different angles and pressures, refining his craft with clinical detachment. When Olga's body was discovered the next morning by school children, the psychological trauma rippled through the entire community. Parents kept kids home for days. The school district hired counselors. Detective Kovalenko stood over the crime scene, hands trembling with rage and exhaustion, knowing they were no closer to stopping this monster than they'd been 9 months ago. The task force had expanded to 30 investigators, but resources were still inadequate. They lacked the sophisticated forensic tools available in Moscow or Western European capitals. DNA analysis took weeks. CCTV coverage was spotty at best, with many cameras broken or recording over the same tape repeatedly. The city's infrastructure, still recovering from decades of Soviet neglect and post-independence chaos, couldn't support the kind of comprehensive surveillance needed to catch a killer this intelligent. Pavel understood these limitations intimately. His work with the telecommunications company gave him detailed knowledge of which areas had functioning surveillance, which neighborhoods had abandoned equipment, where blind spots existed in the city's electronic eyes. He moved through these gaps like water through cracks, always one step ahead of the investigators who were trying to predict his next move. Victim 14 came 3 days later, Yana Krutov, a 29-year-old waitress. Pavel followed her from the restaurant where she worked, maintaining a comfortable distance, watching how she checked her phone, how she paused to light a cigarette, how she never once looked behind her. The attack occurred in the stairwell of her apartment building, between the 3rd and 4th floors. The enclosed space amplified her screams, but neighbors had learned to ignore sounds of distress. Domestic disputes were common, and involvement often brought more trouble than help. Pavel took his time with Yana. The stairwell's cement walls created an echo chamber of horror. He'd gagged her with her own scarf, muffling the screams to manageable whimpers, then proceeded with what had become his ritual. The knife work was precise, almost surgical. He avoided major arteries in the initial stages, prolonging consciousness, ensuring she experienced every moment of her own dismantling. 27 stab wounds. Defensive injuries on both forearms where she tried to block the blade. Ligature marks on her wrists where he'd restrained her with zip ties partway through the attack, immobilizing her so he could work without interference. When her husband found her body 4 hours later, his screams finally brought neighbors out of their apartments. But by then Pavel was home, showering, burning another set of clothes, adding another face to the collection in his mind. December brought the coldest temperatures in 15 years. The Black Sea, usually temperate, developed ice formations along the shore. Heating systems in older buildings struggled and failed. The city contracted, people venturing out only when absolutely necessary, which paradoxically made Pavel's job harder, fewer targets, but also fewer opportunities. He adapted by changing his hunting pattern, targeting women during the narrow window of late afternoon when workers traveled home but darkness was already established. Victim 15, 16, and 17 arrived in rapid succession between December 10th and December 18th. Tatiana Voloshyna, a bank teller, Vera Antonova, a librarian, and Ludmila Chernik, who worked in a textile factory. Each murder followed Pavel's established pattern with slight variations. Tatiana was killed in an alley behind her bank. Vera died in the library's basement storage area where she'd gone to retrieve archived materials. Ludmila was ambushed in the factory parking lot, her body left inside her own car, discovered only when co-workers noticed her absence the next day. The psychological impact on Sevastopol was approaching critical mass. The city was hemorrhaging population as those who could afford to leave fled to Kiev, Odessa, or Russia. Property values plummeted. Businesses closed. The tourism industry, already struggling, collapsed entirely. Sevastopol was becoming a ghost town, haunted not by spirits but by one very real man with a knife and an insatiable appetite for suffering. Detective Kovalenko's task force was drowning in leads that went nowhere. They'd interviewed over 800 men matching the profile. They'd conducted surveillance on dozens of suspects. They'd set up checkpoints and patrols. Nothing worked. The killer seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to evade detection, to strike exactly where and when police presence was weakest. What they didn't understand was that Pavel was listening to their police radio frequencies. His telecommunications work gave him access to equipment that could monitor multiple channels simultaneously. He knew where patrol cars were positioned. He knew when shift changes occurred. He knew which areas were being watched. Every tactical decision the police made was telegraphed directly to the man they were hunting. Christmas Eve brought an unusual warmth to the city, temperatures rising above freezing for the first time in weeks. Pavel spent the day working, installing a new phone line in a residential building, chatting pleasantly with the elderly woman whose apartment he was servicing. She offered him tea and cookies, calling him such a nice young man. He accepted graciously, sitting in her tiny kitchen decorated with Orthodox icons and faded photographs, making small talk about the weather and the terrible business with the killer who had everyone so frightened. "They'll catch him eventually," she said with the confidence of someone who'd survived Stalin's purges and the Second World War. Evil always reveals itself. Pavel smiled and nodded, finishing his tea, thanking her for her hospitality. That night he didn't hunt. He stayed home, listening to his collection of radio intercepts, reviewing his mental catalog of victims, feeling the familiar hunger building but restraining himself. Christmas Day required a particular discipline. He'd learned that holiday periods brought increased police presence, heightened public vigilance. Better to wait, to let people relax, to strike when they'd convinced themselves the worst was over. January 2005 arrived with brutal cold. Pavel resumed his work with renewed intensity. Victim 18 was Galina Rostov, killed on January 5th in the corridor of an abandoned school building. Victim 19, Elena Baranov, ambushed on January 12th while checking her mailbox. Each murder refined his technique further. He'd become efficient, reducing his kill time while maximizing terror. He'd learned which wounds produced the most pain with the least blood loss, how to position bodies for maximum psychological impact on whoever discovered them, how to clean scenes just enough to eliminate obvious evidence while leaving enough trace material to remind police of their impotence. The task force was crumbling under pressure. 3 investigators had requested transfers. Kovalenko had developed a drinking problem, drowning his frustration in vodka each night before returning to the war room where photographs of victims covered every wall. A gallery of failure, each face a reminder of his inability to stop the slaughter. Public confidence in law enforcement evaporated. Vigilante groups formed, conducting their own patrols, occasionally beating suspects they'd identified through amateur detective work. The city government, facing collapse, appealed to national authorities for help. Kiev sent 2 additional forensic specialists and promised federal resources, but promises meant little to the women still dying in Sevastopol's dark corners. February's victims, numbers 20 and 21, broke Detective Kovalenko. Svetlana Pavlenko, a student, and her friend Maria Sorokina were killed together in a double homicide that deviated from Pavel's usual pattern. He'd followed them from a cinema, waiting until they separated to walk different directions home, then made a split-second decision to pursue both. Svetlana died quickly, 11 stab wounds. Maria, who ran, was hunted through 3 blocks before he caught her in a residential courtyard. Her death took 40 minutes, and her screams woke half the neighborhood. But by the time residents gathered courage to investigate, Pavel had vanished into the winter night. Kovalenko stood over Maria's body, tears freezing on his cheeks, and submitted his resignation. It was rejected. Nobody wanted the job. March 2005 brought the thaw, both literal and metaphorical. Ice melted from Sevastopol's streets, revealing the debris and decay that winter had concealed. The city exhaled, people emerging from their hibernation, cautiously optimistic that perhaps the killer had stopped, moved on, or died. This optimism was precisely what Pavel Bondarenko had been waiting for. He understood human psychology in the way predators understand prey. Fear exhausted itself. Vigilance couldn't be maintained indefinitely. Eventually, people returned to their routines, their guard lowered by the desperate need to believe normalcy was possible. This was when they were most vulnerable. Victim 22 was Anna Korsak, a journalist who'd been writing about the murders. Pavel targeted her specifically, a calculated decision to send a message. He'd read her articles, noting her criticism of police incompetence, her speculation about the killer's psychology. She described him as a coward who preyed on the weak, whose violence masked deep inadequacy. The words had burned in his mind like acid. Anna Korsak needed to understand exactly how wrong she was. He broke into her apartment on March 7th, using techniques learned from his telecommunications work. Lockpicking was simple when you understood mechanics. He waited in her darkened living room for 3 hours, listening to the building's sounds. Footsteps in the hallway, television noise from adjacent apartments, the distant hum of traffic. When Anna finally came home at 11:15, tired from a long day at the newspaper, she didn't notice anything wrong until Pavel's hand clamped over her mouth and the knife pressed against her throat. What followed was the longest, most brutal attack in Pavel's catalog of horrors. It lasted 2 hours and 17 minutes, according to the forensic analysis of her body's temperature and lividity patterns. He'd brought zip ties, duct tape, and a second knife. He'd planned this murder with special attention, wanting to create something memorable, something that would haunt investigators for the rest of their careers. Anna Korsak suffered 53 stab wounds. The medical examiner's report described torture-level injuries consistent with prolonged, deliberate infliction of pain. Pavel had gagged her to prevent screams, then methodically worked through her body. Fingers, toes, hands, feet, moving inward with patient cruelty. He avoided fatal strikes until the very end, maintaining her consciousness through most of the ordeal. When he finally severed her carotid artery, it was almost a mercy. He left her body posed in her desk chair, facing her computer, hands positioned on the keyboard as if typing. On the screen, he'd opened one of her articles about him. The message was unmistakable. "This is what happens when you try to understand me." Anna's body was discovered by her editor when she failed to show up for work the next morning. The crime scene broke hardened investigators. 2 officers quit that day. Detective Kovalenko, somehow still leading the task force despite his resignation being rejected, looked at Anna's destroyed body and felt something inside himself finally shatter beyond repair. But this murder, horrific as it was, contained Pavel's first major mistake. He'd spent over 2 hours in Anna's apartment, which meant he'd left more evidence than in his previous attacks. Hair fibers were recovered from her carpet. Partial fingerprints were lifted from surfaces he'd touched. Most critically, a neighbor in the building had seen a man in a telecommunications company uniform leaving Anna's building around 1:30 in the morning. Unusual timing for a service call. The task force finally had something concrete to pursue. Within 48 hours, they'd compiled a list of all telecommunications workers in Sevastopol. There were 63 men employed by the various companies servicing the city. Cross-referencing with the profile, age, physical build, work schedule flexibility, narrowed the list to 18. Investigators began conducting interviews, checking alibis, requesting voluntary DNA samples. Pavel knew immediately that something had changed. The questions he was asked by 2 detectives who visited his workplace were more specific, more pointed. They noted his work schedule, asked about his routes, inquired about his personal life with an intensity that suggested genuine suspicion rather than routine follow-up. He maintained perfect composure, answering politely, expressing appropriate horror about the murders, offering his sympathies for the victims' families. But inside, alarm bells were screaming. He'd become complacent, allowed his confidence to override his caution. The attack on Anna Korsak had been emotional rather than strategic, driven by ego rather than careful planning. Now he was paying the price. They didn't have enough to arrest him, not yet, but he was on their radar, and that meant his freedom was measured in weeks, maybe days. Pavel faced a decision. He could stop killing, disappear into normalcy, hope their suspicions would drift elsewhere. Or he could accelerate, take as many victims as possible before the inevitable conclusion, go out in a blaze of violence that would ensure his place in criminal history. The choice wasn't difficult. March 14th brought victim 23, Irina Koslov, a nurse, killed in her car in a hospital parking lot. March 18th, victim 24, Yulia Petrov, a teacher, attacked in her classroom after staying late to grade papers. March 22nd, victims 25 and 26, Natasha Belov and her sister Katya, murdered in their shared apartment. Their bodies discovered by their mother 2 days later. The killing spree was frenzied, sloppy by Pavel's standards. He was leaving more evidence, taking greater risks, attacking in situations where witnesses were more likely. The psychological need for violence had fully overtaken rational planning. This was what profilers called the end stage, when the serial killer, sensing capture is imminent, abandoned all restraint and embraced their destructive impulses completely. The task force mobilized every available resource. Surveillance was placed on all 18 suspects, including Pavel. Undercover officers followed him to work, monitored his apartment building, tracked his movements through the city. But they couldn't maintain 24-hour surveillance on everyone simultaneously, and Pavel had a lifetime of experience identifying gaps in observation. On March 29th, he slipped his surveillance during a crowded morning commute. The undercover officer assigned to follow him lost him in the crush of bodies boarding a bus at Lenin Square. Pavel didn't board the bus. He ducked into a subway entrance, rode 2 stops, emerged near the Central Market, and began hunting. His target was Victoria Markov, a 41-year-old accountant shopping for vegetables. Pavel approached her at a produce stand, struck up a conversation about the price of tomatoes, offered to help carry her bags. She accepted, grateful for the assistance. They walked together toward her apartment building, chatting about mundane things, while Pavel's hand tightened around the knife in his pocket. He struck in the stairwell of her building, the attack explosive and brief. 16 stab wounds in less than 5 minutes. He was gone before neighbors responded to her screams, disappearing into the market crowd, re-emerging near his workplace in time to be documented by surveillance returning from lunch. But the surveillance team had noticed his absence. The gap in coverage, combined with the timing of Victoria's murder, was circumstantial but damning. Detective Kovalenko made the decision to bring Pavel in for formal questioning. On April 2, 2005, 2 detectives arrived at the telecommunications company and asked Pavel Bondarenko to accompany them to the station. He went willingly, still maintaining his facade of cooperation, still believing he could talk his way out of suspicion. The interrogation lasted 6 hours. Kovalenko, despite his exhaustion and alcoholism, was a skilled questioner. He didn't accuse Pavel directly. Instead, he created a conversation, drawing Pavel into discussions about the murders, the psychology of violence, the nature of evil. Pavel, confident in his intelligence, engaged enthusiastically, wanting to demonstrate his understanding of the crimes. It was a fatal error. He revealed details about crime scenes that had never been made public. The specific positioning of bodies, the pattern of wounds, small elements that only the killer or investigators would know. Kovalenko recognized these revelations for what they were, confession disguised as speculation. At hour 5, Kovalenko changed tactics. He produced the DNA evidence recovered from Anna Korsik's apartment. The analysis wasn't complete yet, but Pavel didn't know that. Kovalenko lied, said they had a match, said the evidence was conclusive. Pavel's mask finally cracked. The transformation was remarkable. One moment a polite telecommunications worker, the next something cold and reptilian staring out through human eyes. He leaned back in his chair, smiled, and asked if he could have a cigarette. "Of course," Kovalenko said, sliding the pack across the table. Pavel lit the cigarette, took a long drag, and began to talk. The confession lasted through the night and into the following morning. Pavel Bondarenko, once confronted with evidence he believed was irrefutable, seemed almost relieved to finally speak openly about his crimes. The mask of normalcy he'd maintained for 2 years dissolved, revealing the void that had always existed behind his pleasant exterior. Detective Kovalenko and 3 other investigators sat across from Pavel in the cramped interrogation room, tape recorders capturing every word, as he systematically described each murder. His memory was photographic. He recalled dates, locations, names, specific details about victims that police had forgotten or never known. He spoke without emotion, as if discussing the weather or a grocery list, his voice flat and mechanical. "The first one, Svetlana, she was necessary," he began, smoke curling from his cigarette. "I'd been thinking about it for years, since I was maybe 16 or 17, thinking about what it would be like to completely control another person, to watch the exact moment when they stopped being alive. Everyone talks about life and death like they're opposites, but they're really just different states of the same thing. I wanted to see the transition." Kovalenko forced himself to remain calm, to keep his voice steady. "Why women?" Pavel shrugged. "Easier physically, more vulnerable. Society teaches them to be polite, to give people the benefit of the doubt. That courtesy is a weakness I could exploit." He paused, taking another drag. "Also, their fear was more expressive, more interesting to observe." He described his methodology in clinical detail, how he selected victims, women who appeared isolated, who followed predictable routines, who wouldn't be immediately missed. How he approached them, using his telecommunications uniform as a psychological shield. People trusted utility workers, saw them as part of the city's infrastructure, non-threatening and official. The uniform was permission to be anywhere, talk to anyone without raising suspicion. The knife was important, he continued. Guns are too fast, too impersonal. You pull a trigger and it's over. But a knife requires physical commitment. You feel everything, the resistance of skin, the pop as blade slides between ribs, the heat of blood. It's intimate, honest. The investigators listened in revolted silence as Pavel described his progression, how each murder built on the previous one, refining his technique. He'd studied anatomy, purchased medical textbooks to understand where to cut for maximum pain and minimum immediate fatality. He'd practiced on animals first, stray dogs, cats, learning how bodies responded to trauma, how long consciousness persisted through various injuries. Svetlana lasted maybe 40 minutes before shock took her, he said. By the time I got to Anna Korsak, I could keep them aware for over 2 hours. It's about understanding the body's limits, knowing exactly how far you can push before the system shuts down. He spoke about the psychological aspects, the power he felt standing over someone completely at his mercy, watching them realize no help was coming, that their last moments would be pain and terror. That's when you see the real person, Pavel said, his eyes distant. When all social conditioning strips away and there's just animal fear. That's authentic. That's true. Kovalenko asked about the positioning of bodies, the ritualistic elements that profilers had identified. Pavel smiled, clearly pleased that someone had noticed. Each one was different because each death was different. I positioned them based on how they died, what they showed me about themselves in those final moments. Some fought until the end, those I left in aggressive positions. Others accepted death, became passive, those I arranged peacefully. It was documentation, a way to remember them. The confession covered all 27 murders he'd committed between March 2004 and March 2005. Some victims the task force had connected to him, others they hadn't. 2 women listed as missing persons were actually his victims, their bodies hidden in locations he now revealed. The scope of his destruction was even worse than they'd understood. As dawn light filtered through the interrogation room's single window, Kovalenko asked the question that haunted him. Why did you stop being careful? The attack on Anna Korsak, the increased frequency in March, you must have known it would lead to capture. Pavel was silent for a long moment, crushing out his cigarette. I didn't stop being careful. I stopped caring about not being caught. There's a difference. He looked directly at Kovalenko. The killing was always going to end. Either I'd be caught, or I'd die, or I'd simply exhaust the pleasure it provided. The outcome was inevitable. I just decided to control the timeline. So you wanted to be caught? I wanted to finish on my terms, Pavel corrected. There were more I wanted to take, but you were getting too close. Better to accelerate and accept the conclusion than be stopped prematurely. He smiled. This way, I get to tell the story myself. I get to ensure people understand exactly what I did and why. That's immortality in a sense. The formal charges were filed on April 3, 2005. 27 counts of first-degree murder, multiple counts of kidnapping, assault, and weapons violations. The trial, which began in September 2005, was one of the most heavily publicized in Ukrainian history. Media from across Europe descended on Sevastopol, transforming the courthouse into a circus of cameras and journalists. Pavel Bondarenko showed no remorse throughout the proceedings. He sat calmly in the defendant's chair, occasionally smiling at particularly gruesome testimony, once laughing when a forensic pathologist described the difficulty of determining cause of death given the extent of injuries inflicted. Families of victims attended every day, their grief and rage palpable in the crowded courtroom. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence: DNA samples, witness testimony, Pavel's own detailed confession. The defense, court-appointed and unenthusiastic, made perfunctory arguments about mental illness and diminished capacity. Court-appointed psychiatrists examined Pavel extensively, diagnosing him with antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic traits, and complete absence of empathy. But they concluded he was competent, fully aware his actions were illegal and harmful, simply unconcerned with moral or legal consequences. During his own testimony, Pavel spoke for 3 days straight, describing his crimes in exhaustive detail, seemingly proud of his accomplishments. He showed investigators and prosecutors the locations of two bodies they hadn't found, drawing maps from memory, pointing out landmarks. When prosecutors asked why he'd chosen to cooperate, he said simply, "Because I want people to remember accurately. If you're going to study me, you should have complete information." The trial lasted 11 weeks. On November 18, 2005, the jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning with guilty verdicts on all 27 murder counts. Pavel showed no reaction as each verdict was read, his face remaining impassive, almost bored. Sentencing came 3 days later. Ukraine had abolished the death penalty in 2000 as part of its efforts to join the Council of Europe, so capital punishment was not an option. Instead, Judge Anatoly Petrenko sentenced Pavel Bondarenko to 27 consecutive life sentences without possibility of parole. A symbolic gesture, as one life sentence would have achieved the same result, but the judge wanted each victim's death formally recognized in the sentence. Before the sentence was officially recorded, Judge Petrenko addressed Pavel directly, his voice shaking with barely controlled emotion. "You have inflicted suffering on this city that will echo for generations. You have destroyed families, traumatized a community, and revealed depths of human cruelty that most people cannot even comprehend. You speak of wanting to be remembered, to be studied, to achieve some form of immortality through your actions. Let me be clear, you will be remembered only as a cautionary tale, a reminder of what happens when evil goes unchecked. Your name will be spoken with revulsion. Your face will symbolize cowardice and depravity, and your crimes will serve only to strengthen our resolve that such darkness must never prevail." Pavel smiled at these words, as if the judge had complimented him. He was transferred to Penal Colony No. 77 in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, a maximum security facility housing Ukraine's most dangerous criminals. The prison was a Soviet-era fortress, gray concrete walls topped with razor wire, guard towers at each corner, isolation cells designed to break the human spirit. Pavel was placed in permanent solitary confinement, deemed too dangerous to interact with the general prison population. The families of his victims struggled to rebuild their shattered lives. Some left Sevastopol, unable to remain in a city saturated with traumatic memories. Others stayed, forming support groups, advocating for victims' rights, working to ensure Pavel Bondarenko's crimes resulted in systemic changes to how law enforcement handled serial offenders. Detective Yuri Kovalenko retired 6 months after the trial concluded. The investigation had consumed 2 years of his life and destroyed his marriage, his health, and his faith in his own abilities. He'd caught the killer eventually, but 27 women had died first. That failure haunted him until his own death from liver disease in 2011. His body ravaged by the alcoholism that began during those dark months when Pavel hunted freely through Sevastopol streets. The case prompted significant reforms in Ukrainian law enforcement. National databases were established to track violent crimes across regions, preventing killers from exploiting jurisdictional gaps. Training programs were implemented to help investigators recognize patterns suggesting serial offenders. Psychological profiling units were established, modeled on Western systems. The telecommunications industry implemented stricter employee background checks and monitoring systems. But these changes, however necessary, came too late for Svetlana, Irina, Natasha, Marina, Ekaterina, and the 22 other women whose names are carved into a memorial erected in Nakhimov Park in 2006. The black granite monument lists each victim, their ages, and the dates they died. Flowers are left there daily, placed by family members, friends, and strangers who never knew these women but refused to let them be forgotten. Pavel Bondarenko himself became a subject of intense psychological study. Criminologists, psychiatrists, and forensic psychologists from across Europe requested interviews, seeking to understand the mechanisms that produced such extreme violence. Pavel granted some interviews, always insisting on complete control over what was discussed. He spoke in academic terms about his crimes, analyzing his own psychology with detached interest, treating himself as a specimen to be examined rather than a person who'd committed atrocities. In a 2008 interview published in the Journal of Criminal Psychology, Pavel was asked if he felt any remorse. His response was chilling in its honesty. Remorse requires you to believe you've done something wrong. I don't believe that. I believe I followed my nature as authentically as any creature follows its instincts. A wolf doesn't feel remorse for killing a rabbit. I don't feel remorse for killing humans. The only difference is social construction. Humans have decided certain actions are immoral, but that's just collective agreement, not objective truth. I rejected that agreement. I lived according to my own truth. The interviewer asked if he considered his victims at all, if he thought about their families, their interrupted lives. Pavel responded, "I think about them constantly. They're my life's work. But I think about them as subjects, as experiences I had, not as moral equations. Each one taught me something about human vulnerability, about the mechanics of death, about my own capabilities. They served a purpose in my development. That's how I remember them." This complete absence of empathy, this inability to recognize others as fully human, defined Pavel's psychology. He existed in a narcissistic universe where other people were simply props in his personal narrative, their suffering irrelevant except as data points in his self-exploration. Psychologists labeled him a textbook psychopath, intelligent, charming when necessary, completely devoid of conscience or compassion. Years passed. Pavel remained in his isolation cell, his days following rigid routine: wake at 6, breakfast at 7, exercise in a small concrete yard for 1 hour under armed guard supervision. Meals delivered through a slot in his cell door, lights out at 10. He read voraciously, particularly true crime books and psychological texts, finding particular amusement in analyses of his own case. He wrote extensively, filling notebooks with reflections on his crimes, philosophical musings about violence and morality, detailed fantasies about murders he'd never committed. Prison authorities monitored everything he wrote, concerned he might attempt to inspire copycat killers or communicate with potential followers. His writings revealed a man who remained completely unchanged by incarceration, who viewed his prison sentence not as punishment but as a continuation of his existence under different parameters. He'd adapted to confinement the way he'd adapted to everything else, by treating it as an interesting experience to be analyzed and documented. In 2014, when conflict erupted in eastern Ukraine and Crimea was annexed by Russia, Pavel's prison in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast continued operating normally, but the geopolitical chaos meant less oversight, fewer resources, and increased tensions. Pavel remained insulated from these external events, his isolation cell a world unto itself, but the instability in Ukraine meant his case faded from public consciousness as the nation dealt with existential crises. He became a footnote, a horror from the past while current horrors demanded attention. The memorial in Sevastopol remained, flowers still appeared regularly, but the intense media focus dissipated. Pavel Bondarenko, the Sevastopol maniac, was still alive, still imprisoned, but no longer the subject of obsessive public interest. This is perhaps the final cruelty of his crimes, that eventually, inevitably, people moved on. They had to. Life continued despite the trauma he'd inflicted. The city healed, slowly, imperfectly, but it healed. New generations grew up knowing about the murders only as historical events, stories their parents told, warnings about darkness that once walked among them. Pavel himself seemed to understand this eventual irrelevance. In one of his final published interviews, conducted in 2019, he was asked what he wanted his legacy to be. His response: "Legacy is what others decide, not what I dictate. I had 2 years of absolute power over life and death. I made 27 people's final moments completely mine to control. That experience can't be taken from me regardless of what happens next. Whether I'm remembered or forgotten is ultimately irrelevant. I know what I did. That's sufficient." Today, Pavel Bondarenko remains incarcerated in Ukraine's prison system, now in his mid-40s, likely to die behind bars from old age or illness. His victims remain dead: Svetlana, 32, Irina, 28, Natasha, 26, Marina, 31, Ekaterina, 24, and 22 others whose lives ended in terror and agony. Their families carry permanent scars. Sevastopol carries the memory of 2 years when evil wore a friendly face and asked about bus schedules before destroying everything you were. The case of the Sevastopol maniac stands as a reminder that monsters are real, that they live among us, that they look like neighbors and coworkers and strangers who smile politely in passing. Pavel Bondarenko was not supernatural, not possessed, not driven by trauma that could explain or excuse his actions. He was simply a human being who decided other humans were objects for his use, who followed that decision to its logical, horrific conclusion, and who never once questioned the morality of his choices. Evil exists. It doesn't announce itself with dramatic flair. It fixes phone lines and makes small talk and waits patiently for the perfect moment to strike. And sometimes, if we're vigilant and lucky and persistent, we catch it before the body count rises higher. But we catch it too late to save everyone. We always catch it too late. That's the final lesson of Pavel Bondarenko. Not that evil is unstoppable, but that the cost of stopping it is measured in destroyed lives, shattered families, and communities forever changed by the knowledge that safety is an illusion and trust can be fatal. 27 women learned that lesson in the worst way possible. The rest of us learned it by studying their deaths. And somewhere in a Ukrainian prison cell, Pavel Bondarenko sits with his notebooks and his memories, still convinced he did nothing wrong, still proud of his terrible accomplishments, still waiting for death with the same patient indifference he showed his victims. The story ends not with justice achieved or closure reached, but with the grim recognition that some wounds never heal, some questions have no satisfying answers, and some evil is simply evil, requiring no deeper explanation than the fact that some humans choose darkness and embrace it fully, consequences be damned. Sevastopol remembers, the families remember, and somewhere in the shadows of every city, the lesson remains relevant. Monsters are real, they walk among us, and eternal vigilance is the price we pay for the illusion of safety in a world where Pavel Bondarenkos exist. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Anatomy of Darkness. When a man learns to kill without flinching, the world doesn't shatter. It simply goes quiet, one heartbeat at a time. They say evil wears many faces, but sometimes it wears none at all. Sometimes it walks among us with the bland expression of a neighbor, the forgettable features of a stranger passing on the street, the unremarkable presence of a man you'd never remember if your life depended on it. And for 17 people across 3 countries, that inability to remember, to recognize, to fear cost them everything. Sergei Dovzhenko wasn't a monster born from folklore or legend. He was something far more terrifying, a product of systematic design, a weapon forged in the coldest laboratories of human ambition, where conscience was treated as a defect and hesitation meant failure. While the world slept soundly, believing that the end of the Cold War meant the end of its darkest experiments, men like Dovzhenko were already walking free, carrying secrets written in blood and encoded in neural pathways rewired for one singular purpose: to kill without question, without remorse, without that crucial spark of humanity that makes us pause before we destroy. This is the story of a man who became a ghost long before he started creating them. A story where the hunter and the hunted blur into one shadowy figure, where justice arrives decades too late, and where the comfortable illusion of safety we wrap ourselves in every night gets stripped away, layer by horrifying layer. This is the story of Sergei Dovzhenko, assassin, phantom, and the living proof that sometimes the most dangerous predators aren't born in darkness. They're manufactured there. Welcome to a descent into calculated brutality, where every murder was a masterpiece of precision, and every victim was simply a problem to be erased. This isn't just a crime story. This is a documentary of what happens when a human being is systematically stripped of humanity and then set loose upon the world. The body count starts now. The Ural Mountains have witnessed countless secrets throughout history, their snow-capped peaks standing as silent sentinels over atrocities that never made it into official records. Somewhere deep within those frozen reaches, during the final gasping years of the Soviet Union, a facility existed that no map acknowledged and no bureaucrat would ever admit to knowing. It was here, in this nowhere place, that Sergei Dovzhenko first learned what it meant to kill. Born in 1968 in the industrial wasteland of Dnipropetrovsk, Ukraine, Sergei was not destined for greatness or infamy. His father worked in a steel factory, his mother cleaned government buildings, and his childhood was painted in the universal gray that characterized Soviet working-class existence. Teachers described him as unremarkable. Average grades, average athletic ability, a boy who blended into crowds like smoke dissipating in fog. But that very ordinariness, that exceptional ability to be utterly forgettable, caught the attention of men who specialized in finding needles in haystacks, or more accurately, finding blank canvases they could paint with blood. Sergei was 14 when they came for him, not with force or drama, but with a simple conversation with his parents, official documents that couldn't be questioned, and promises of educational opportunities that desperately poor families couldn't refuse. The story they told was of a special academy for gifted children, a place where their son would receive training that would guarantee him a future beyond factory floors and bread lines. His mother cried when he left, clutching him tight against her thin frame. His father shook his hand like a man, pride and worry warring in his weathered eyes. Sergei would never see either of them again. The facility had no name, only a designation, Object 47. Object 47. Even calling it a school would be generous. It was a laboratory, and the children brought there were specimens, raw materials to be refined through processes that would make hardened soldiers weep. There were 32 children in Sergei's intake group. By the end of the first year, only 19 remained. The others hadn't died. That would have been too obvious, too messy. They simply vanished, removed when they showed too much emotion, too much resistance, too much of that inconvenient thing called conscience. The training was holistic in its brutality. Physical conditioning pushed bodies to their breaking points and then past them, teaching these children that pain was just information, that exhaustion was merely a suggestion their minds could override. They learned languages, English, German, French, Arabic, until they could think in multiple tongues, becoming chameleons who could slip into any culture. They studied psychology with the clinical detachment of surgeons, learning to read micro-expressions, to detect lies, to manipulate emotions like puppeteers pulling strings. And they learned to kill, not with the passionate fury of criminals or the distant, mechanical precision of soldiers following orders. No, they learned to kill the way artists learn to paint, with consideration for method, appreciation for technique, and absolutely no emotional attachment to the canvas. They practiced on animals first. Rabbits, dogs, eventually larger mammals. The instructors, men whose eyes held the flat, dead quality of long-frozen lakes, would watch impassively as teenage hands learned the exact angle to insert a blade for a silent kill, the precise amount of pressure needed to collapse a trachea, the rhythm of suffocation. Sergei excelled, not through any particular savagery or enthusiasm that would have marked him as unstable, a liability. No, Sergei excelled through the same quality that had gotten him selected, his absolute ordinariness. He followed instructions with mechanical precision. He showed neither pleasure nor disgust. When they asked him how he felt after his first kill, a captured prisoner who'd been designated for training purposes, Sergei had looked at his instructor with empty eyes and said simply, "I feel nothing. Should I?" That answer guaranteed his graduation. By the time the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, Sergei Dovzhenko was 23 years old and had already taken 7 lives, all sanctioned by a government that would cease to exist within months. The chaos that followed was unprecedented. Institutions crumbled overnight. Security services fragmented into competing factions. And men like Sergei, weapons without handlers, ghosts without official existence, found themselves suddenly unemployed but with a very particular set of skills that remained highly marketable. The transition from state asset to private contractor was surprisingly seamless. Sergei's handlers, enterprising men who saw opportunity in collapse, had already been laying groundwork. They'd established connections with emerging criminal organizations, corrupt businessmen accumulating power in the vacuum, and foreign intelligence services happy to hire former Soviet operatives without the messy paperwork of official recruitment. Sergei became a freelancer in the truest sense, a specialist available to the highest bidder, no questions asked, no contracts left unsigned by conscience because conscience had been surgically removed years ago. His first independent contract came in 1993. The target was a journalist in Moscow who'd been asking inconvenient questions about privatization deals, threatening to expose the wholesale theft of state assets by well-connected individuals. The payment was $50,000, more money than Sergei had ever imagined. The method was left to his discretion. He chose polonium poisoning, a technique he'd learned during his training and one that would later become famous in other high-profile cases. The journalist died slowly over 3 weeks, his body betraying him cell by cell. While doctors puzzled over symptoms they couldn't identify, and Sergei was already 3 countries away, his face forgotten by everyone who'd seen him. The killing was clean, efficient, and utterly untraceable. Word spread quickly in the shadowy marketplace where such services were bought and sold. Within 6 months, Sergei had more offers than he could accept. He developed a reputation, the ghost of Kiev, though he was rarely in that city. The man who left no traces, no witnesses, no evidence except cooling bodies and mysteries that would haunt investigators for years. But reputation, in Sergei's line of work, was a double-edged blade. It brought contracts and money, yes, but it also brought attention. And attention was the one thing an assassin couldn't afford. So Sergei refined his craft, developing methods that seemed to reduce his victims to mere statistics, accidents, suicides, natural deaths that raised no alarms. A businessman in Prague suffered a heart attack after his evening workout. Never mind the undetectable dose of potassium chloride Sergei had introduced to his water bottle. A politician in Budapest drove his car into a river during a rainstorm. No one questioned why a sober man on a familiar road would suddenly lose control. A banker in Berlin fell from his balcony after a night of drinking. Witnesses confirmed he'd been alone all evening. Each death was a masterpiece of misdirection. Each investigation led nowhere. Files eventually closed with frustrated detectives writing "accident" or "suicide" on reports they didn't quite believe but couldn't disprove. And through it all, Sergei remained invisible, a ghost flitting through European capitals. His face so unremarkable that security cameras might as well have been filming empty air. By the late 1990s, Sergei had developed a methodology that would serve him for years. He never killed in anger or haste. Each contract was studied with the diligence of a doctoral dissertation. He researched his targets for weeks, sometimes months, learning their routines, their habits, their fears, and their blind spots. He became intimate with their lives, knowing them better than their own families did, understanding the precise moments when they were most vulnerable. And then, when the moment was perfect, when every variable had been accounted for and every escape route mapped, he would strike with the impersonal efficiency of a force of nature. The money accumulated in banks across Europe, hidden behind shell companies and false identities. Sergei lived modestly, another form of camouflage. He rented small apartments in unremarkable neighborhoods, ate at forgettable restaurants, wore clothes from chain stores. He collected nothing, left no mark on the places he inhabited, maintained no relationships that could become liabilities. He was a ghost in truth, passing through the world without disturbing its surface, leaving only corpses in his wake. His handlers, those former Soviet operatives who'd become criminal entrepreneurs, were pleased. They took their percentage and funneled contracts his way, acting as brokers between Sergei and clients who wanted problems solved permanently. The arrangement was profitable for everyone involved, a business model built on the oldest transaction in human history: money for death. But even ghosts cast shadows, and even the most careful predator eventually leaves a trail. That trail would take years to become visible, assembled piece by painstaking piece by investigators who refused to believe in coincidence, who saw patterns where others saw random tragedy. But that reckoning was still years away. For now, in the waning years of the 20th century, Sergei Dovzhenko was at the height of his powers, a perfect killing machine moving through Europe like a plague that left no symptoms, only inexplicable death. The truly terrifying thing about Sergei wasn't his skill or his training or even his body count, impressive as it would eventually become. No, what made Sergei Dovzhenko truly frightening was his absolute emotional vacancy. Where serial killers found pleasure or satisfaction or release in their murders, where soldiers found duty or patriotism or brotherhood, Sergei found nothing. Killing was simply his profession, no different than accounting or carpentry or any other trade requiring specialized knowledge. He felt no more remorse over a successful assassination than a surgeon feels over a successful operation. The target wasn't a person. It was a problem. The murder wasn't a crime. It was a solution. This emotional void made him nearly impossible to catch. Police profilers built their models on motivation, passion, greed, sexual gratification, power. But how do you profile someone whose only motivation is financial? How do you predict someone whose victims share nothing in common except bad luck and the fact that someone, somewhere, wanted them dead? Sergei didn't fit any existing patterns because he was something new, or perhaps something very old. A hired killer stripped of all the psychological baggage that usually gives investigators something to work with. As the new millennium approached, Sergei was 31 years old and had taken 17 lives across 7 countries. Each death had been ruled an accident, suicide, or natural causes. No investigative body had connected even 2 of them, let alone all 17. His reputation in the criminal underworld was legendary. His real name unknown to most, his face memorable to no one. He was the perfect weapon, refined by Soviet science and tempered by post-Soviet chaos into something that shouldn't exist but did. A human being who'd forgotten how to be human, who'd traded conscience for competence and emerged as something cold, efficient, and absolutely lethal. The stage was set for the most productive period of his career, the years when his body count would more than double, when his methods would become even more refined, when he would reach heights of criminal artistry that would eventually force the world to notice. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to understand exactly what Sergei did, how he did it, and what those 17 victims endured in their final moments, when they encountered a man whose eyes held nothing but the flat, dead calm of a predator who'd long ago stopped feeling anything at all. The weapon had been forged. Now came the time for it to be truly tested. Viktor Krasnikov had no idea he was being watched. Why would he? The restaurant was crowded, the Vienna evening was beautiful, and his security detail, 2 large men who radiated competent menace, sat at the adjacent table, eyes constantly scanning the room. Viktor was careful, perhaps even paranoid, which was reasonable given his occupation. As one of the primary financiers for Russian organized crime's expansion into Western Europe, he'd made enemies, accumulated debts written in blood, and knew enough secrets to end careers and lives with a single phone call. But on that pleasant May evening in 1999, Viktor felt safe. He was wrong. Sergei had been studying Viktor for 43 days. He knew that Viktor preferred the schnitzel at this particular restaurant, that he ordered it with extra lemon, that he drank precisely 2 glasses of vodka with his meal, never more, never less. He knew that Viktor's security rotated shifts at exactly 9 p.m., that there was a 3-minute window during the changeover when coverage wasn't as tight. He knew that Viktor took medication for high blood pressure, carrying the pills in a silver case he was vain enough to display prominently on the table. And he knew, most importantly, that Viktor had a severe allergy to shellfish that he guarded carefully, even mentioning it to waitstaff at restaurants he frequented. The contamination was elegant in its simplicity. Sergei, disguised as a kitchen porter with prosthetics that slightly altered his facial structure, had introduced microscopic amounts of shellfish protein into Viktor's medication during a carefully orchestrated moment when the restaurant's coat check was temporarily overwhelmed. Viktor's security hadn't noticed the unremarkable kitchen worker who'd brushed past their boss's table, hadn't registered the brief moment when prosthetic-covered fingers had switched one pill case for an identical one. Why would they? The man's face was so forgettable, his movements so natural, his presence so completely ordinary. Viktor took his medication 30 minutes into his meal, washing down the pill with vodka, continuing his conversation with his dinner companion about shipping routes and profit margins. 20 minutes later, his throat began to constrict. The anaphylactic shock came fast and hard, his airway closing as his body mounted a catastrophic immune response to the allergen now flooding his system. His security called for an ambulance immediately, performed CPR, did everything right. But the dose Sergei had calculated was precise, enough to trigger massive anaphylaxis, but not so much that it would seem suspicious. Viktor Krasnikov died before the ambulance arrived, his face purple, his eyes bulging, his hands clawing at his throat in the universal gesture of suffocation. The investigation concluded it was a tragic accident. Perhaps cross-contamination in the restaurant kitchen. though no evidence of shellfish could be found in any of Victor's food. Perhaps his medication had somehow been compromised during manufacturing. Stranger things had happened. The case file was thick with theories but thin on conclusions. No one suspected murder because how could it be murder? Victor's security had been watching him constantly. No one suspicious had approached. The food had been checked. The medication bottles had come directly from the pharmacy. And Sergei, now 300 miles away in Prague, read about Victor's death in an international newspaper and felt nothing. Another contract fulfilled. Another 50,000 euros in his account. Another ghost added to the invisible legion of his victims. But Viktor Krasnikov was merely number 11. There were others, so many others, each death a unique composition of planning, patience, and precision violence. There was Dmitry Volkov, a Ukrainian businessman who'd betrayed the wrong people in a complex fraud scheme. Sergei found him in Monaco, living large on stolen money, protected by armed guards and an apartment building with exceptional security. Direct approach was impossible, so Sergei became patient. He learned that Dmitry was an avid sailor, that he kept a yacht in the harbor, that he went out alone every Wednesday morning for what he called his thinking time. On a bright Wednesday in July, Dmitry's yacht was found drifting 2 miles offshore. Sails still up, engine running, but no Dmitry. The search lasted 3 days before they found his body, bloated and torn by marine life, cause of death listed as drowning after falling overboard. No one found the small puncture wound on his neck where Sergei, approaching underwater with specialized equipment, had injected a paralytic agent that left Dmitry conscious but unable to move, unable to scream, unable to do anything but sink slowly into the Mediterranean while his lungs filled with salt water. The drug was metabolized within hours, leaving no trace except a mark easily attributed to the rocks Dmitry's body had scraped against during its time underwater. There was Natasha Orlova, a former intelligence operative who decided to write a tell-all memoir about Soviet operations in the Middle East during the 1980s. Her publishers were excited, her former colleagues were worried, and someone with money decided the book would never see publication. Natasha lived in London, protected by British security services who'd promised her safety in exchange for the secrets she carried. But British security couldn't protect her from herself. Sergei learned she suffered from depression, that she'd attempted suicide twice before, that she was on medication that came with warnings about not mixing with alcohol. Her body was found in her bathtub, wrists slit vertically in the method that suggested serious intent, empty bottles of wine and pills on the bathroom counter. The evidence was overwhelming. A depressed woman with a history of attempts had finally succeeded. Even the MI6 agents assigned to her protection reluctantly concluded it was suicide, though some privately wondered if she'd been helped along. They were right to wonder, but they'd never prove it. Sergei had been in and out of her apartment in under 8 minutes, using her own medical supplies, her own razor blades, her own self-destructive history to create a death scene so convincing that even forensic specialists found no signs of struggle, no indication of another person's presence. Natasha had fought, of course. The paralytic agent he'd used ensured she couldn't fight effectively, but her mind was clear, aware, terrified as she watched this forgettable man carefully slice her wrists with clinical precision, arranging her in the bathtub like a stage director preparing a scene. Her last thought, before consciousness faded, was that she couldn't even remember what her killer looked like. Then there was Klaus Zimmermann, a German banker who'd been laundering money for Eastern European criminal syndicates and had gotten greedy, skimming from accounts that didn't tolerate theft. Klaus died in Berlin, apparently from a heart attack while walking his dog in Tiergarten Park early one morning. Witnesses reported seeing him clutch his chest and collapse. The autopsy found evidence of severe coronary arterial disease, not surprising in a man who'd smoked for 40 years and survived on stress and coffee. No one thought to look for the minute injection site between his toes, a spot Sergei had chosen specifically because it would be overlooked during a routine autopsy. The substance was elegant, a concentrated dose of synthetic adrenaline mixed with a catalyst that triggered massive cardiac arrest in anyone with existing heart conditions. Klaus's dog kept vigil beside his body until the ambulance arrived. The animal would later refuse to walk in that part of the park, pulling at its leash whenever its new owner approached that particular path, some instinct recognizing that death had walked there wearing a forgettable face. The methods varied, but the pattern was consistent. Research, patience, execution, escape. Sergei never rushed. He never improvised unless forced to. He never took contracts that required collateral damage. Not from conscience, but from professionalism. Messy jobs drew attention, and attention was the enemy. Each target died in a way that seemed natural, tragic, or self-inflicted. Each investigation led to dead ends and frustrated detectives filing reports they didn't quite believe but couldn't refute. By 2003, Sergei had expanded his operational range beyond Europe. A contract in Dubai took him to the Persian Gulf, where a Syrian arms dealer named Faisal Al-Mansour was brokering deals that threatened certain interests. Faisal was cautious, traveling with armed guards, staying in five-star hotels with exceptional security, conducting business in public places where assassination would be nearly impossible. Sergei spent 6 weeks in Dubai, enduring the heat, learning the patterns, identifying the weakness. It came down to Faisal's vanity. He regularly visited an exclusive spa known for traditional hammam treatments. The facility was secure, but it had a single flaw. The massage oils were kept in a storage room accessible through a service entrance that wasn't properly monitored between certain shifts. Sergei, dressed as a maintenance worker, another forgettable role, introduced a carefully designed toxin into Faisal's preferred massage oil. The substance was a derivative of batrachotoxin, modified to be absorbed through skin and to cause symptoms mimicking a stroke. Faisal collapsed during his massage, rushed to the hospital where he died 3 hours later of what doctors diagnosed as a massive cerebrovascular incident. The toxin metabolized completely within 12 hours, leaving no trace except brain damage consistent with stroke. Sergei was already back in Europe by the time Faisal's body was cold. Another 70,000 euros richer, another ghost added to his invisible parade. But perhaps the most disturbing of Sergei's eliminations during this period was Elena Morozova, a whistleblower who'd worked for a Russian energy company and discovered evidence of massive environmental crimes: poisoned water supplies, illegal waste dumping, contamination that was killing entire villages. Elena went to the authorities, to journalists, to international organizations. She was brave, principled, and doomed. Sergei found her in Stockholm, where she'd fled seeking asylum. The Swedish authorities had given her protection, a safe house, regular check-ins with police. But protection assumes the threat comes from outside. Sergei's approach was different. He studied Elena's background extensively, learning that she'd lost a daughter to leukemia 3 years before, the same leukemia caused by the contamination she was now exposing. He learned that she visited her daughter's grave every Sunday morning, without fail, often bringing flowers and spending an hour in quiet contemplation. The safe house protocols allowed for this weekly ritual because it seemed harmless, human, a small comfort for a woman who'd lost everything. Swedish police maintained discreet surveillance during these visits, but surveillance assumes the threat will be obvious. A car full of Russian operatives, a sniper with a rifle, something dramatic and detectable. Sergei didn't do dramatic. On a cold October morning, he was simply another mourner in the cemetery, middle-aged and forgettable, tending a grave near where Elena's daughter rested. He'd purchased the plot weeks before, established a pattern of visiting, become part of the landscape. When Elena arrived with her flowers, when she knelt beside her daughter's headstone and began her quiet conversation with the dead, when the Swedish surveillance was focused on approaches and vehicles and obvious threats, Sergei stood and walked over, a concerned fellow mourner offering condolences to someone clearly grieving. Elena looked up at this unremarkable man with kind eyes and a gentle smile. She would later, in the precious few seconds she had left, try desperately to remember his face, but it was already fading from her memory even as she looked at him. They exchanged brief words about loss, about remembrance, and then Sergei, standing behind her as she turned back to the grave, used a device no larger than a pen to inject a paralytic agent directly into her brainstem through the base of her skull. The needle was hair-thin, the entry point would be nearly invisible, and the drug would cause complete respiratory paralysis within 30 seconds while leaving consciousness intact. Elena Morozova spent her final moments unable to breathe, unable to scream, unable to move, staring at her daughter's name carved in stone while her lungs forgot how to work and her brain screamed in silent terror. Sergei arranged her body to look like she'd simply slumped over in grief, perhaps fallen asleep or fainted. By the time the surveillance team realized something was wrong and approached, Sergei was 3 graves away, walking slowly toward the exit, just another mourner leaving after paying respects. The autopsy would find evidence of a massive brain aneurysm that had caused catastrophic brainstem damage. No injection site would be found. Sergei had used a specialized needle that left virtually no mark, and the point of entry was in a location rarely examined in routine autopsies. Another tragic death, another investigation that led nowhere, another ghost. 17 confirmed kills by 2004, though intelligence agencies across Europe were beginning to suspect the number was higher. The problem was connecting them. Each death was different in method and motive. The victims shared no common profile except that they'd all been problems for someone with money. Geographic clustering was minimal. The deaths were spread across a dozen cities in 9 countries. Forensic evidence was non-existent. Witness descriptions, when they existed at all, were useless. Average height, average build, forgettable face, couldn't really tell you more. How do you hunt a ghost? How do you find someone who's perfected the art of being nobody? The answer, as it turned out, would come from an unexpected source, from patient investigators who believed in patterns others couldn't see, who refused to accept coincidence as an explanation, who understood that even ghosts leave traces if you know where to look. But that reckoning was still years away. For now, Sergei Dovzhenko continued his work, walking through the world like a force of nature, leaving death in his wake and no evidence except mysteries that would haunt case files for decades. The ghost walked, and people died, and no one could stop what they couldn't see. Detective Inspector Margaret Holloway of Scotland Yard's International Crime Unit had a reputation for being difficult, stubborn, and absolutely relentless when something didn't sit right. Her colleagues called her the terrier behind her back. Once she got her teeth into a case, she never let go. It was this quality that would eventually lead to Sergei Dovzhenko's downfall, though the path from suspicion to arrest would take years and cost more lives. Margaret's involvement began with Natasha Orlova's death in 2001. Something about the suicide bothered her, though she couldn't articulate exactly what. The evidence was overwhelming: history of depression, method consistent with serious intent, no signs of struggle, apartment locked from inside. But Margaret had interviewed Natasha twice before her death, had looked into those intelligent, frightened eyes and seen a woman who was terrified but determined. A woman who wanted to survive long enough to see her book published, to see the people she'd named face consequences. That woman, Margaret believed, wouldn't have given up. Not like that. Not when she was so close. But believing something and proving it were different animals entirely. Margaret's superiors weren't interested in pursuing a closed case based on nothing more than a detective's instinct. So Margaret did what stubborn investigators do. She pursued it in her spare time, digging through Natasha's file, looking for anything that might support her suspicion of foul play. What she found was nothing. No evidence of another person in the apartment. No forensic inconsistencies. No witnesses reporting suspicious activity. Dead end after dead end. But Margaret's digging had an unexpected side effect. It led her to other cases. Other deaths that shared certain peculiar characteristics with Natasha's suicide. There was Viktor Krasnikov in Vienna, dead from anaphylactic shock despite his security detail and careful precautions. Elena Morozova in Stockholm, dead from a sudden brain aneurysm despite being in good health. Klaus Zimmermann in Berlin, heart attack during his morning walk. Dmitry Volkov in Monaco, drowned after apparently falling from his yacht. As Margaret dug deeper, reading files from a dozen different jurisdictions, a pattern began to emerge. Not in the methods, which were wildly varied, but in the victims themselves. They were all connected to Russian organized crime or former Soviet intelligence operations. They were all considered problems by someone, and they'd all died in ways that seemed perfectly natural or self-inflicted, but that left investigative gaps, small inconsistencies that nagged at the detectives who'd worked the cases. A witness who'd seen a maintenance worker who couldn't later be identified. A brief gap in security footage explained away as technical glitch. A medication that had somehow been contaminated despite coming directly from reputable pharmacies. Small things, individually meaningless, but together forming the outline of something darker. Margaret began making calls to her counterparts in other countries, comparing notes, sharing suspicions. Most were skeptical. She was suggesting a serial killer who'd operated across multiple countries for years without leaving significant evidence, whose victims shared no physical profile, whose methods never repeated. It sounded like conspiracy theory, like pattern seeking in random data. But a few detectives listened. A few had their own nagging doubts about deaths in their jurisdictions. Slowly, painstakingly, Margaret built a database. 17 deaths between 1993 and 2004, all meeting her criteria: connection to Russian criminal or intelligence networks, death that appeared natural or self-inflicted, small investigative inconsistencies. 17 deaths that conventional wisdom said were unconnected, but that Margaret's instincts screamed were the work of a single killer. The problem was evidence. Pattern recognition wasn't proof. Shared characteristics among victims didn't identify a perpetrator. Even if Margaret was right, even if there was a single killer responsible for all 17 deaths, she had nothing that would convince a prosecutor, let alone lead to an arrest. She needed a break, a mistake, something concrete. And killers, even the most careful ones, eventually make mistakes. Sergei's mistake came in 2006 in Prague, and it wasn't really a mistake so much as unavoidable bad luck. The worst kind, the kind professionals can't predict or control. The target was Alexander Volgin, a former FSB agent turned private security consultant who'd been selling classified information to Western intelligence agencies. Alexander was careful, paranoid even, traveling constantly, never following the same routine twice, varying his routes and accommodations. But he had one weakness: a mistress in Prague, a young woman named Katerina whom he visited monthly despite the risk. Love, or at least infatuation, made him predictable. Sergei planned the elimination with his usual thoroughness. Alexander always stayed at the same boutique hotel during his Prague visits, always in a suite on the 4th floor, always arriving late at night when surveillance would be minimal. The method Sergei chose was elegant: a gas leak that would result in an explosion, destroying evidence and killing Alexander in a way that would appear completely accidental. Old buildings in Prague had aging gas lines. Such accidents, while rare, were not unheard of. The execution was flawless. Sergei, disguised as a hotel maintenance worker, gained access to the building's utility spaces during the afternoon shift change. He rigged the gas line to Alexander's suite to leak slowly starting at midnight, calculated to create explosive concentrations by 3 a.m. He installed a simple timer-based ignition source disguised as a faulty electrical outlet. The explosion would destroy all evidence of tampering, and investigators would conclude it was a tragic accident caused by aging infrastructure. Everything went according to plan. The explosion at 3:17 a.m. destroyed Alexander's suite and heavily damaged adjacent rooms. Alexander died instantly, his body burned beyond easy recognition. The hotel was evacuated, fire services responded, and initial investigations pointed toward the expected conclusion. Aging gas lines, tragic accident, no evidence of foul play. But Sergei's bad luck came in the form of a tourist in the room directly below Alexander's suite. Maria Jansen, a Dutch photographer visiting Prague for an exhibition, had been unable to sleep due to jet lag and had been reviewing photos on her laptop when the explosion occurred. The blast killed her instantly, adding a second victim to what was supposed to be a surgical strike. Collateral damage. The one thing Sergei always avoided, the one complication that drew extra scrutiny and attention. One death might be an accident. 2 deaths made investigators look harder, dig deeper, question assumptions. And Maria Jansen's death brought her husband into the picture. Henrik Jansen was a prosecutor with the International Criminal Court, a man with connections and resources and an absolute refusal to accept that his wife had died in a simple gas accident. He pushed for a thorough investigation, called in favors, insisted on forensic analysis that went beyond standard protocols. Under that intense scrutiny, inconsistencies appeared. The gas company's records showed routine inspection of that building's lines just 6 months earlier, with no problems noted. The pattern of the explosion suggested the gas had accumulated in a specific location rather than leaking generally throughout the building's system. And most damning, Enhanced analysis of debris found remnants of an electrical timer that shouldn't have been in a 400-year-old building. The investigation was reopened, reclassified from accident to suspected homicide. And because Alexander Volgin's background was flagged in multiple intelligence databases, the case landed on the desk of a multinational task force dedicated to investigating organized crime with connections to former Soviet states. Margaret Holloway was part of that task force. When she read the Prague file, alarm bells rang immediately. Another Russian criminal figure, another death that initially appeared accidental, another case with small forensic inconsistencies. She pulled her database of 17 previous deaths and presented it to the task force leadership. Her theory: a professional assassin, likely former Soviet military or intelligence, operating across Europe for over a decade, responsible for at least 18 deaths and possibly more. Her colleagues were skeptical at first. Professional assassins belonged in movies, not real police work. But the evidence, circumstantial though it was, couldn't be ignored. 18 deaths, all connected to Russian organized crime, all occurring in ways that mimicked accidents or natural causes. Statistical analysis suggested the clustering was unlikely to be coincidental. And with the Prague case now confirmed as homicide, the door was open to re-examine all the others. The task force began reaching out to intelligence agencies, requesting files on former Soviet operatives with assassination training. The list was long, hundreds of names, most already dead or accounted for, many working for various security services or criminal organizations. But one category of operatives was particularly interesting: graduates of specialized programs designed to create deep-cover assassins, weapons who could operate independently without handlers or direct oversight. Records from these programs were fragmentary at best. The Soviet Union's collapse had led to wholesale destruction of sensitive documents. What remained was scattered across multiple archives in various former Soviet states, often classified or deliberately obscured. But the task force was persistent. They filed requests, offered incentives, pressured reluctant officials. Slowly, pieces of information emerged. One program, designated Object 47, had operated from 1979 to 1991 in a facility somewhere in the Ural Mountains. Records were sparse, but what existed painted a disturbing picture. Children recruited and trained as assassins, subjected to psychological conditioning designed to eliminate emotional responses, transformed into human weapons. Most of the program's graduates were listed as deceased or disappeared after the Soviet collapse. But a few names remained unaccounted for, their current status unknown, their faces absent from any database because photographs had been deliberately destroyed as part of operational security. One of those names was Sergei Dovzhenko. The file was thin: birth date, place of origin, recruitment age, graduation year. No photograph, no fingerprints on file, no DNA samples. The program had been designed to create ghosts, and it had succeeded brilliantly. But it was something, a name to attach to the shadow Margaret had been chasing. The task force began searching for Sergei Dovzhenko in earnest. They checked border crossings, hotel registries, bank records, rental agreements. Nothing. If Sergei was using his real name anywhere, he was doing it in places that didn't keep digital records or share information with international law enforcement. But the task force had another approach: identifying potential future targets and setting traps. Intelligence analysis suggested several individuals connected to Russian organized crime were likely candidates for elimination. Witnesses in upcoming trials, former associates who'd become liabilities, businessmen involved in territorial disputes. The task force worked with local authorities to enhance security around these individuals, but not obviously. They wanted whoever was hunting these targets to make an attempt, to walk into surveillance that would finally capture evidence. It was a dangerous game, using potential victims as bait. But these were people who were already at risk, already living under the shadow of death. Enhanced protection was framed as a favor, additional security quietly arranged without announcing that they were being used to catch a ghost. For 18 months, nothing happened. Either Sergei had retired, or he was working outside European jurisdiction, or he'd somehow detected the enhanced surveillance and was too smart to take the bait. The task force began to fracture. Budgets were questioned. Skeptics grew louder. Maybe Margaret's pattern was coincidence after all. Maybe they were chasing a phantom that didn't exist. Then, in October 2008, a Ukrainian businessman named Boris Kovalenko disappeared from his heavily guarded estate outside London. Boris was scheduled to testify in a major money laundering case, providing evidence that would destroy several criminal organizations and implicate corrupt officials in multiple countries. He had round-the-clock security, cameras covering every approach, police check-ins twice daily, and yet somehow he vanished. 3 days later, a jogger found Boris's body in Epping Forest, 15 miles from his estate. He'd been strangled with what forensic analysis suggested was a garrote, professional work. Death would have been quick once the killer committed. But there were other details that made Margaret's blood run cold. Boris had been drugged first with a paralytic agent, conscious but unable to move or resist, and his final moments had been drawn out, the killer taking time rather than rushing, methodical rather than passionate. The crime scene was clean, no fingerprints, no DNA except the victim's, no footprints despite muddy ground. But there was something new, something the killer hadn't planned for. A brief capture on a trail camera that a wildlife conservation group had installed to monitor nocturnal animals. The footage was grainy, shot in low-light conditions, only a few seconds long. It showed a figure carrying what appeared to be a heavy burden, Boris's body, though that wasn't clear from the footage alone. The figure's face was partially obscured by a cap and turned away from the camera. But forensic video analysts could extract details. Height approximately 5 feet 10 inches, medium build, male, age difficult to determine but possibly middle-aged based on movement patterns. Not much, but more than they'd ever had before. Margaret requisitioned advanced analysis, using enhancement algorithms that could extrapolate physical characteristics from movement and posture. The results were frustratingly vague. The subject had a slight limp in his left leg, probably old injury or arthritis. His shoulder positioning suggested years of specific physical training, possibly military. His movements were economical, practiced, showing none of the nervous energy of amateur criminals. Professional in every sense. They circulated the enhanced images to intelligence agencies worldwide, asking if anyone recognized the figure or movement patterns. Most responses were negative, but one came back with interesting information. The FSB, Russia's Federal Security Service, had a similar inquiry in their system from 2005, an unsolved murder in Moscow that had shown comparable professional hallmarks. They'd suspected a contract killer but had never identified a suspect. The movement patterns matched. 2 cases with video evidence, both showing figures with similar builds and movement characteristics. It wasn't proof of identity, but it was progress. The net was tightening millimeter by millimeter. Then came the break they'd been desperately hoping for. In November 2008, Romanian border police detained a man traveling on a Ukrainian passport at a checkpoint between Romania and Hungary. The detention was routine. The passport triggered an alert in Interpol's database because it had been flagged in a separate investigation into forged documents. The man claimed to be a businessman, had documentation supporting his story, and was courteous and calm during questioning. There was no reason to hold him beyond verifying his documents. But one of the border police officers, a woman named Anka Popescu, felt something was off about the detained man. She couldn't articulate what exactly bothered her. He was polite. His story checked out. His documents appeared legitimate. But 20 years of watching people cross borders had given Anka an instinct for deception. This man was too calm, too prepared, his answers too rehearsed. She made a decision to photograph him and run his image through additional databases, delaying his release by claiming technical issues with the passport verification system. The photograph was circulated to Interpol's main database, where it was cross-referenced with ongoing investigations. An algorithm flagged it as possibly matching the figure from the Epping Forest trail camera footage. Same approximate build, same age range, similar movement patterns visible in how he'd been standing during processing. The match wasn't certain, but it was enough to keep him detained while investigators traveled to Romania. The man claimed his name was Ivan Petrenko, that he was a sales representative for an agricultural equipment company, that he was traveling to Budapest for a business meeting. His documents supported this story. His luggage contained clothing, toiletries, business materials. Nothing suspicious, Nothing illegal. The passport was genuine, not forged as the initial alert had suggested. That had been a database error. Margaret arrived in Romania 36 hours after the detention, bringing with her copies of the Epping Forest footage, photographs from various crime scenes, everything the task force had compiled. She interviewed the detained man through a translator, studying him carefully, looking for anything that might confirm her suspicions. What struck her immediately was how completely unremarkable he was. Average height, average build, a face that seemed to disappear from memory even while looking at it. Brown hair going gray, lines around the eyes suggesting middle age, no distinguishing marks or features. The kind of man who could walk through a crowded room and be forgotten instantly. Exactly what a professional assassin would need to be. She asked careful questions, watching for inconsistencies, looking for tells. Where had he been in October? In Prague, visiting clients. He had hotel receipts, meeting confirmations. Where was he during Viktor Krasnikov's death in Vienna? He couldn't say. That was years ago. Who remembers specific dates from nearly a decade past? But his calm never wavered. His story never shifted. He was patient, almost amused by the questioning, treating it as an inconvenience rather than a threat. Margaret tried a different approach. She mentioned names: Viktor Krasnikov, Natasha Orlova, Dmitry Volkov, Elena Morozova, Alexander Volgin, Boris Kovalenko. 18 names total, the 18 deaths she believed were connected. She watched his face carefully, looking for recognition, fear, guilt, anything. Nothing. The man who called himself Ivan Petrenko looked back at her with mild curiosity, perhaps slight confusion at why this British detective was reciting a list of names that meant nothing to him. Either he was innocent, or he was the best actor Margaret had ever encountered. They held him for 72 hours, the maximum allowed without formal charges. During that time, investigators tore apart his story, checking every detail, verifying every claim. The passport was genuine. The business he claimed to work for existed and confirmed his employment. Hotel records matched his claimed itinerary. Bank records showed a modest income consistent with a sales position. There were no red flags, no inconsistencies, nothing that would justify continued detention. Reluctantly, they released him. Ivan Petrenko walked out of the Romanian police station, climbed into a taxi, and disappeared into the flow of European traffic. Margaret watched him go, frustration burning in her chest, absolutely convinced she'd just let a serial killer walk free but unable to prove it. The task force intensified their investigation into Ivan Petrenko. They discovered he'd been using that identity for approximately 4 years, that he had several other identities with similar documentation, that he maintained apartments in 3 cities under different names. The pattern suggested deep cover operations, intelligence tradecraft. But they also discovered something else. Ivan Petrenko/Sergei Dovzhenko was careful, almost supernaturally so, leaving no evidence that would hold up in court, maintaining legends so thoroughly constructed that dismantling them would take years. They put him under surveillance, discreet teams watching his known addresses, tracking his movements when possible. But within a week, the surveillance teams reported a disturbing pattern. Ivan Petrenko seemed to know he was being watched. He'd vary his routine unpredictably, use counter-surveillance techniques that suggested professional training, occasionally look directly at surveillance cameras with what seemed like deliberate acknowledgement. He was playing with them, demonstrating that he knew about the surveillance and didn't care, confident they couldn't prove anything. For 6 months, the cat-and-mouse game continued. Petrenko/Dovzhenko moved through Europe openly, no longer trying to hide but also not doing anything illegal. He met with his supposed business clients, attended trade shows, lived a life so boringly normal that surveillance teams struggled to stay engaged. Meanwhile, the task force dug deeper, interviewing everyone who'd ever interacted with him, analyzing financial records going back years, searching for the one mistake, the one thread that would unravel his carefully constructed cover. They found it in his medical records. Under one of his identities, Sergei had sought treatment for chronic back pain at a clinic in Berlin. The doctor had ordered x-rays which were stored digitally. Those x-rays showed old injuries, a fractured rib that had healed badly, vertebrae damage consistent with parachute training accidents, shoulder joint deterioration typical of specific military conditioning exercises. The injury pattern matched exactly what would be expected from someone who'd gone through Soviet special operations training in the 1980s. It wasn't proof of murder, but it was proof that Ivan Petrenko was not who he claimed to be, that the man with the agricultural sales background had actually undergone intensive military training decades ago. Combined with the circumstantial evidence linking him to multiple crime scenes, it was enough to justify an arrest warrant. But when police arrived at his known addresses to execute the warrant in May 2009, Sergei Dovzhenko was gone. His apartments were cleaned out, his bank accounts emptied, his identities abandoned. He'd vanished as completely as any of his victims, a ghost disappearing into the mist. Margaret stood in the empty apartment in Prague, looking at the space where a killer had lived, and felt the weight of failure settle on her shoulders. They'd been so close. They'd identified him, tracked him, built a case. But in the end, he'd slipped away, probably already thousands of miles from Europe, establishing new identities, preparing to continue his work in places where European arrest warrants meant nothing. The task force issued an international red notice through Interpol, circulated photographs and descriptions, alerted intelligence agencies worldwide. Sergei Dovzhenko was officially wanted for murder, his face and identities finally exposed after 16 years of operating in shadows. But ghosts don't stay caught easily, and Sergei Dovzhenko had spent his entire adult life learning how to disappear. For 3 years after his European exposure, Sergei Dovzhenko operated in a reduced capacity, working primarily in Asia and Africa where European arrest warrants carried less weight and where corruption made it easier to move undetected. The contracts were smaller, the payments less generous, but the work was steady. Sergei had enough money saved to retire comfortably, but retirement wasn't something his conditioning allowed him to consider seriously. Killing was his function, his purpose, the only thing he'd ever been truly excellent at. Stopping would mean confronting an existential emptiness he had no tools to process. He worked carefully now, more cautiously than ever. His face was known to international law enforcement, his methods studied, his patterns analyzed. The advantage of anonymity was gone, replaced by the burden of notoriety. But Sergei adapted. He underwent plastic surgery in Bangkok, subtle alterations that changed the geometry of his face without making him look obviously modified. He gained weight deliberately, altered his posture, developed a pronounced limp that changed his gait pattern. He learned new languages, adopted new mannerisms, became someone else entirely, and for a while it worked. Sergei completed contracts in Jakarta, Lagos, Karachi, places where local law enforcement was overwhelmed or uninterested in pursuing European criminals. His body count climbed past 25, each death another ghost added to his invisible legion, each victim dying never knowing why fate had selected them for erasure. But Margaret Holloway hadn't given up. Even after Sergei's escape, even after the trail went cold, she continued investigating, building her database, coordinating with international partners. She became an expert on Sergei Dovzhenko, studying his methods, analyzing his psychology, trying to think like him to predict his next move. Her superiors considered it an obsession, gently suggesting she focus on cases with better prospects for resolution. Margaret ignored them. She'd spent years chasing this ghost. She wasn't going to stop now. Her breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A former Object 47 instructor who'd been living quietly in Estonia, drinking himself to death slowly, haunted by guilt over what he'd helped create. The man, whose name was Yevgeny Komarov, reached out to Margaret in 2012, offering information in exchange for immunity from prosecution for his role in the program. What Yevgeny revealed was disturbing beyond what Margaret had imagined. Object 47 hadn't just trained assassins. It had broken them psychologically, rewired their neural pathways through techniques that bordered on torture, created individuals who were functionally psychopathic by design rather than nature. But Yevgeny also revealed something crucial. The conditioning had limitations. The psychological breaks imposed on the trainees required regular maintenance, reinforcement through specific triggers and protocols. Without that maintenance, the conditioning could degrade, allowing suppressed emotions to resurface. Sergei Dovzhenko, Yevgeny explained, would be experiencing this degradation. After 20 years without proper psychological maintenance, the walls built around his emotions would be cracking. He might be having nightmares, experiencing guilt or empathy he'd never felt before, struggling with the disconnect between what he'd been programmed to do and what some buried part of his original personality was trying to tell him. This information changed Margaret's approach. She stopped looking for Sergei purely as a predator and started considering him as someone who might be struggling, someone whose perfect control might be slipping. She reached out to psychologists specializing in trauma and conditioning, asking what signs someone in Sergei's position might exhibit. The answer was both hopeful and troubling. Individuals experiencing degradation of severe conditioning often sought help, unconsciously or consciously, reaching out in ways that seemed insignificant but betrayed internal conflict. They might contact old associates, visit places from their past, or engage in behaviors that didn't fit their established patterns. They might even, in some cases, want to be caught seeking punishment their damaged psyches could finally recognize they deserved. Margaret began monitoring channels where someone in Sergei's position might reach out. Forums for former military personnel dealing with PTSD, support groups for people struggling with violent pasts, even religious organizations that worked with criminals seeking redemption. It was a long shot, a desperate search for a needle in a digital haystack. But obsession isn't logical, and Margaret had long since passed the point of logical investigation. In August 2012, she got a hit. Someone using an anonymous email address had contacted a Catholic priest in Warsaw who ran a program for criminals seeking to confess and make amends. The message was brief, asking whether confession was valid if the crimes were numerous and the penitent felt no remorse. The priest had responded that confession required genuine contrition, but that the process of seeking absolution could itself be the first step toward genuine repentance. The exchange continued over several emails. The anonymous sender never revealed specific details but spoke in abstract terms about work that involved permanent solutions to other people's problems, about years of acting, without the weight that seems to burden normal people, about recent experiences of unwanted awareness, and dreams that show faces forgotten I'd seen. Margaret obtained the email logs through a cooperation agreement with the priest, who was troubled by the exchanges and willing to help if it might prevent future violence. Digital forensics traced the emails to various internet cafes and public Wi-Fi networks across Southeast Asia, suggesting the sender was moving frequently but staying within a general geographic region. More importantly, linguistic analysis of the emails showed patterns consistent with someone whose primary language was Russian or Ukrainian, whose English was excellent but showed specific grammatical constructions typical of Slavic native speakers, and whose vocabulary included terms more common in military or intelligence contexts. The profile matched Sergei Dovzhenko. Margaret coordinated with Interpol and local authorities across Southeast Asia, asking them to monitor similar communication channels, to flag anyone matching Sergei's general description seeking psychological or spiritual counseling. It was a thin thread to pull, but it was something. The break came in November 2012 in Manila. A man matching Sergei's post-surgery description had sought treatment at a free medical clinic run by Christian missionaries, complaining of severe insomnia and nightmares. The doctor, suspicious of the man's evasive answers about his background, had quietly photographed him and reported the encounter to local police, who'd circulated the image through normal channels. The photograph landed on Margaret's desk 3 days later. Facial recognition software, accounting for the plastic surgery and aging, put an 87% probability that this was Sergei Dovzhenko. Margaret was on a plane to Manila within 12 hours. By the time she arrived, Sergei was gone from the clinic, but the trail was warm. The missionaries remembered him, described a man who seemed haunted, who'd asked not just for sleep medication but for recommendations for counseling, who'd left cash payment well beyond what the treatment cost and walked away looking like a man carrying an unbearable burden. Margaret coordinated with the Philippine National Police, setting up discreet monitoring of counseling centers, religious institutions, anywhere someone seeking help might go. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. Then, on November 23rd, a priest at a small Catholic church in Quezon City reported that a man matching Sergei's description had attended confession, spent nearly 2 hours in the confessional, and left in obvious distress. The priest couldn't reveal what was said. The seal of confession was absolute, but he could confirm the man had spoken about violence, about killings spanning decades, about recently experiencing emotions he thought had been permanently suppressed. The priest had urged him to surrender to authorities, to seek justice and peace through accepting responsibility for his actions. The man had left without committing to anything, but the priest had seen something in his eyes, not quite hope, but perhaps the distant possibility of it. Margaret requested 24-hour surveillance on the church, guessing that Sergei might return. It was a gamble based on psychology rather than evidence, a bet that someone whose conditioning was breaking down might seek structure, might return to a place where he'd experienced something resembling human connection, even if filtered through a confessional screen. The gamble paid off. 6 days later, on November 29th, Sergei Davzenko walked into the church during evening mass, sat in a rear pew, and stayed through the entire service. Surveillance teams watched from across the street, coordinating with tactical units positioned nearby. Margaret wanted him taken without violence. Partly for practical reasons, but partly because she'd spent so long hunting this ghost that she wanted to understand him, to look into his eyes and see what remained of the human being beneath the weapon. They waited until he left the church, letting him walk 2 blocks before tactical units moved in, surrounding him quickly and efficiently. Sergei didn't resist. According to the arrest report, he simply stopped walking when commanded, raised his hands slowly, and allowed himself to be handcuffed with an expression that witnesses described as relief. Margaret arrived at the police station where Sergei was being held, her heart pounding with emotions she couldn't quite name. Triumph, certainly, but also something sadder, more complex. She'd spent 11 years chasing this man, building his profile, studying his methods, living with the ghosts of his victims. Now he sat in an interview room, no longer a mythical figure but a tired-looking man in his mid-40s with gray hair and eyes that carried depths of damage. Their first interview lasted 4 hours. Sergei, speaking through a translator when needed but mostly in heavily accented English, was cooperative but not forthcoming. Yes, he was Sergei Davzenko. Yes, he'd been trained at Object 47. Yes, he'd worked as a contract killer since the early 1990s. But when Margaret asked about specific victims, specific methods, the details that would help close cases and give families answers, Sergei became vague, claiming memory issues, suggesting that after so many years and so many contracts, they'd blurred together. Margaret didn't believe the memory excuse for a moment. This was a man trained to remember operational details, whose survival had depended on meticulous planning and recall. But she also recognized what she was seeing. Someone struggling with the psychological impossibility of confronting what he'd done. Someone whose cracking conditioning allowed him to feel guilt, but not enough to force full confession. She changed tactics, focusing not on the crimes but on Sergei himself. What had the training been like? When did he first kill? How did it feel to live without emotions for so many years? What changed that brought him to a point of seeking confession? These questions, probing the human beneath the weapon, seemed to reach him in ways that criminal interrogation hadn't. Sergei talked about the facility in the Urals, about being 14 and believing he was being given opportunities. He talked about the systematic destruction of his ability to empathize, about exercises designed to make killing as natural as breathing. He described the first time he'd taken a human life, a prisoner designated for training purposes, and his instructor's approval when he'd reported feeling nothing afterward. But when Margaret asked about recent changes, about what had brought him to Manila and confession, Sergei's carefully maintained composure cracked. He described nightmares that had started about a year ago, dreams where his victims had faces he could finally see, where they looked at him with questions he couldn't answer. He talked about walking through crowds and suddenly being overwhelmed by awareness of all the individual lives around him, each person carrying their own complexity, their own worth. He spoke about the vertigo of feeling emotions after decades of numbness, like suddenly regaining sight after a lifetime of blindness and being unable to process the overwhelming input. "You understand," he said finally, his English careful and deliberate. "I was made to be weapon, not born this way, made like." He searched for words, like dog trained to fight. "And now, after so long, I remember I was once puppy that wanted only to play. But puppy is dead. Only fighting dog remains, and fighting dog is finally understanding what it has done." It was the most honest thing he'd said, a glimpse into the psychological catastrophe of a man whose manufactured psychology was collapsing, leaving him caught between what he'd been designed to be and what some buried part of his original self was screaming he should never have become. Over the following weeks, Sergei provided selective cooperation with investigators. He confirmed his involvement in 26 killings, providing enough detail to close cases but notably remaining vague on the specific clients who'd hired him, claiming he'd worked through intermediaries who kept such information compartmentalized. Investigators suspected he was still protecting some associates, perhaps out of residual professional ethics or perhaps because betraying them would make him even more of a target than he already was. Forensic psychologists evaluated him extensively, producing reports that painted a disturbing picture. A man whose personality had been deliberately fractured, whose emotional circuitry had been systematically damaged, whose current psychological state was best understood as a kind of manufactured psychopathy that was now, horrifyingly, healing. The evaluations concluded he would likely never be psychologically normal, but that he was now capable of understanding, at least intellectually if not fully emotionally, the magnitude of what he'd done. The trial, when it finally occurred in 2014 after lengthy extradition proceedings back to European jurisdiction, was unprecedented. Sergei faced charges for 18 murders in 6 countries, the ones where evidence was strongest and witnesses could be assembled. Prosecutors argued he was a serial killer who'd escaped justice for decades through careful planning and international boundaries. Defense attorneys argued he was a victim of Soviet psychological experimentation, a weapon that shouldn't be held fully culpable for what its creators had designed it to do. The trial lasted 7 months, featuring testimony from survivors of victims, former Soviet officials, psychological experts, and intelligence analysts. Sergei himself testified for 3 days, speaking in a flat, emotionless tone that occasionally cracked when certain victims were discussed, particularly Elena Morozova, the whistleblower he'd killed at her daughter's grave. When shown photos of Elena and asked to describe that killing, Sergei had to stop several times, something approaching anguish flickering across his carefully controlled features. "She was talking to her dead daughter," he said finally, telling her about the work she was doing, about how she was making sure no more children would die like her daughter had. "And I listened, and then I killed her, because that was what I was made to do, and I felt nothing. But now," he paused, struggled, continued, "now I feel everything, every face, every voice, every person who stopped existing because someone paid me money and I had been made into something that could take that money without question." The jury deliberated for 11 days. The verdict, when it came, was guilty on all 18 counts of first-degree murder. The sentence was life imprisonment without possibility of parole, to be served in a maximum security facility in France. Additional sentences from other jurisdictions would run concurrently, though given the life sentence, they were largely symbolic. Margaret Holloway attended the sentencing, sitting in the gallery and watching as Sergei Dovzhenko was led away in chains. His unremarkable face finally matched to a name, his ghost finally captured. She felt satisfaction, certainly justice delayed but delivered. But she also felt something like sadness for the 14-year-old boy who'd been taken from his parents and systematically destroyed, rebuilt into a weapon, and then discarded to inflict damage on the world for decades. In the years since his imprisonment, Sergei has become something of a reluctant resource for psychologists studying conditioning and its long-term effects. He participates in interviews and assessments, providing detailed accounts of his training and its psychological impacts. He's expressed willingness to testify about other graduates of Object 47 if they're ever located, though most are believed to be dead or deep enough in cover that finding them would be nearly impossible. He receives no visitors except researchers and occasionally Margaret, who's maintained contact partly for professional reasons but partly, she admits, because after spending over a decade hunting someone, you develop a connection that doesn't simply end with an arrest. Their conversations are strange, a detective and a serial killer discussing philosophy, psychology, the nature of responsibility. Sergei has told her he dreams less now, though the dreams that come are more vivid, more specific. He's begun writing a memoir at the request of prosecutors, documenting his crimes in detail to help close cold cases. The writing is slow, painful work that forces him to confront each victim individually, to reconstruct the person he erased and acknowledge their reality. There are no happy endings in this story. 26 people died by Sergei's hand, possibly more that will never be confirmed. Families were destroyed, investigations consumed years of resources, and a man who might have been something different was instead turned into a machine for generating tragedy. Sergei will die in prison, his name forever linked with methodical horror, his face finally memorable for all the wrong reasons. But there's a dark lesson in his capture, one that Margaret reflects on sometimes late at night when sleep won't come. Ghosts can be caught if you're stubborn enough, if you refuse to believe in coincidence, if you're willing to spend years assembling patterns that others dismiss as paranoia. Evil isn't supernatural. It's human, and humans make mistakes eventually, especially when the conditioning that made them monsters starts to break down. The ghost of Kiev is imprisoned now, no longer walking through the world leaving death in his wake. But how many others like him exist, products of programs in countries that still run such laboratories, weapons without conscience operating in shadows, their faces forgettable and their victims adding up in ways that seem like coincidence? Margaret doesn't know, but she's still looking, still building databases, still refusing to believe in accidents when patterns whisper darker truths. Because ghosts are real, and someone has to hunt them. And in his cell, Sergei Dovzhenko sits with his memories and his returning emotions, serving his life sentence while carrying the weight of 26 deaths. 26 people who woke up on their last day with plans and dreams and futures, never knowing that a weapon shaped like a man was already moving toward them, that their names had been added to a list, that they'd been designated for erasure by forces they'd never see coming. The weapon is imprisoned now, but the ghosts of his victims walk free, haunting case files and memorial services and the dreams of a man who's finally, terribly, learning what it means to be human again. This is the story of Sergei Dovzhenko, the boy who was stolen, the weapon that was forged, the ghost who finally cast a shadow, and the monster who learned, far too late, how to feel remorse. The end doesn't bring closure. It only brings accounting. In a maximum security prison outside Lyon, a man with a forgettable face sits in a cell and writes. The words come slowly, each sentence a confrontation with horror he once inflicted without thought. Outside, the world continues, unaware that it's safer now by one ghost's capture. But somewhere, in other shadows, other weapons walk undetected, their conditioning intact, their victims yet to be designated. The hunt continues, the ghosts multiply, and justice, when it comes, arrives decades too late for those who needed it most. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4. The D-Gay Murderer. They say evil wears many faces, but in Lodz, it wore a smile. Blood doesn't lie, but the man who spills it often does. For years, a predator stalked the shadowed streets of Lodz, Poland, hunting with calculated precision, luring victims into a nightmare from which they would never emerge. This is the story of a killer who weaponized trust, who transformed desire into death, and who left behind a trail of mutilated bodies that would haunt a nation. This is the story of how one man's depravity shattered lives, terrorized a community, and exposed the darkest corners of human nature. Welcome to the chilling account of the Lodz gay murderer, a tale of manipulation, brutality, and the relentless pursuit of a monster hiding in plain sight. The city of Lodz sprawls across central Poland like a faded photograph, its industrial bones exposed through peeling facades and streets that remember better days. Once a textile empire, once a beacon of progress, it had become something else by the late 1980s. A labyrinth where anonymity came easily, where people disappeared into crowds and emerged only when they chose to be seen. The communist grip was loosening, but freedom remained a distant promise, especially for those whose desires marked them as different, as dangerous in the eyes of society. For gay men living in Lodz during this suffocating era, existence meant navigating a treacherous landscape of secrecy and shame. There were no rainbow flags, no pride parades, no openly welcoming spaces. Instead, there were whispered rumors of where men might meet, a particular park after dark, a certain corner near the railway station, dimly lit bars where questions went unasked. These were the hunting grounds, though those who gathered there never imagined they might become prey. Karel Kott understood these shadows intimately. Born in 1946, he had spent his entire life in Lodz, watching the city transform around him while he remained carefully, deliberately invisible. To neighbors, he was unremarkable, a mechanic who kept to himself, a man of few words and fewer relationships. He lived alone in a modest apartment, maintained steady employment, and aroused no suspicion. The mask he wore was flawless, crafted through decades of practice, perfected through an understanding that survival meant concealment. But the man behind that mask harbored appetites that defied concealment, hungers that grew more insistent with each passing year. Kott didn't just desire men. He desired complete and total control over them. He craved the moment when recognition turned to fear, when trust transformed into terror, when another human being realized they had made a fatal mistake. And in the twilight world where gay men gathered, he found an endless supply of potential victims, men whose desperation for connection made them vulnerable, whose need for discretion meant their disappearances might go unnoticed. His methodology was chillingly simple. Kott would frequent the known meeting places, presenting himself as someone safe, someone understanding, someone who shared their secret struggles. He was older, non-threatening in appearance, soft-spoken. He would strike up conversations, offer cigarettes, suggest continuing their discussion somewhere more private, somewhere they wouldn't risk being seen by authorities or hostile strangers. His apartment, he would explain, was quiet, discreet, a place where they could relax without fear of judgment or arrest. The first documented victim, discovered in 1987, was a 32-year-old man whose name the authorities initially withheld from public records. His body was found in a wooded area outside the city limits, dumped carelessly among the trees like refuse. The initial examination revealed horrors that would become Kott's signature. The victim had been strangled manually, the killer's fingers leaving deep bruises around the throat, evidence of prolonged pressure, of life being squeezed away slowly, deliberately. But strangulation was only the beginning. The body bore signs of extensive torture. Burns marked the skin in multiple locations. Cigarette burns, dozens of them, inflicted with methodical precision on the chest, arms, and genitals. These weren't the random marks of a frenzied attack, but the calculated work of someone who enjoyed causing pain, who wanted to extend suffering as long as possible. The victim's hands showed defensive wounds, proof that he had fought desperately for his life, that he had understood what was happening and struggled against the inevitable with every ounce of strength he possessed. Most disturbing were the mutilations performed post-mortem. The killer had carved into the flesh with something sharp, a knife, perhaps multiple knives of different sizes, creating wounds that served no purpose except to desecrate, to reduce a human being to meat. The genitals had been specifically targeted, attacked with a fury that spoke to deep psychological damage, to hatred not just of this individual but of what he represented. Forensic examiners noted that some wounds appeared experimental, as though the killer was testing different techniques, discovering what gave him the most satisfaction. When the body was identified, investigators discovered he had been reported missing 3 days earlier by co-workers who noticed his sudden absence from the factory where he worked. His final known location was near Plak Wolnosai, a central square where men sometimes lingered in the evening hours, making careful eye contact, exchanging brief words that might lead to more. No one had seen him leave with anyone. No one had noticed anything unusual. He had simply vanished into the night, and the night had consumed him. The police investigation proceeded with minimal urgency. This was communist Poland in the late 1980s, a society where homosexuality existed in legal gray areas, where victims from marginalized communities rarely received the same attention as those from respectable backgrounds. The case file grew thin, populated by perfunctory reports and half-hearted witness interviews. Detectives noted the possibility that this was a crime of passion, a lover's quarrel gone violent, perhaps even justifiable given the perverse nature of the relationship. The file was set aside, the investigation stalled, and the killer remained free to hunt again. He waited months before selecting his next victim, exercising the patience that separates successful predators from impulsive amateurs. Kott understood that too many bodies appearing too quickly would eventually force even reluctant authorities to pay attention. He refined his approach, became more selective in his targeting, more careful in his disposal methods. He studied the rhythms of the city, learned when and where police patrols occurred, identified the dead zones where screams wouldn't carry to listening ears. The second victim was younger, only 24 years old, a university student struggling to reconcile his identity with the expectations of family and society. He had been careful, so careful, never acknowledging his desires publicly, never doing anything that might bring shame to his parents. But loneliness has a weight that eventually becomes unbearable, and one evening he found himself walking through the park where others like him gathered, hoping to find understanding, hoping to feel less alone. Kott approached him with grandfatherly concern, commenting on the cold evening, offering a warm drink at a nearby cafe. The young man hesitated, his instincts warning him, but the older man seemed harmless, almost fatherly. They talked for over an hour, discussing nothing consequential: work, weather, the slow pace of change in their country. Kott listened more than he spoke, a technique that made others feel heard, valued, trusted. When he suggested they continue their conversation somewhere more comfortable, the young man agreed, reassured by the public nature of their meeting, convinced that someone so open and kind couldn't possibly harbor dark intentions. The student's body was discovered 2 weeks later in an abandoned warehouse on the industrial outskirts of Lodz. The delay in discovery meant decomposition had already begun, but the evidence of torture remained unmistakable. This time, the killer had grown more ambitious in his sadism. The victim had been bound with rope, the marks still visible on wrists and ankles where restraints had cut into flesh during struggles to escape. He had been kept alive for hours, possibly days, subjected to systematic brutalization that served no purpose except the killer's gratification. The burns were more extensive this time, covering larger areas of the body, some deep enough to suggest the application of heated metal rather than just cigarettes. The strangling had been performed with a ligature. Investigators found fibers embedded in the neck wound consistent with heavy rope or electrical cord, and the constriction had been applied and released multiple times, bringing the victim to the edge of death repeatedly before finally allowing him to cross over. This wasn't murder in any conventional sense. It was recreational torture, the systematic destruction of a human being for entertainment. The genital mutilation was again severe, performed with increased confidence and precision. The killer had taken his time, had explored his victim's body with methodical thoroughness, leaving behind evidence of a mind that found pleasure in desecration. Some wounds showed hesitation marks, places where the blade had started cutting and then withdrawn, as though the killer was savoring the anticipation, prolonging his own pleasure by delaying the act itself. When forensic experts examined the scene, they discovered something that should have sparked immediate alarm. Traces of blood that didn't match the victim. Not much, just a few drops, but enough to suggest the killer had perhaps cut himself during the attack, or had brought blood from a previous victim to this location. DNA analysis was still in its infancy in Poland during this period, but even basic blood typing revealed that at least 2 different individuals had bled in that warehouse. They were dealing with a serial killer, though authorities remained reluctant to use that term publicly. The student's disappearance had been reported immediately by his roommate, who knew his friend's habits and recognized that a sudden absence without explanation was completely out of character. The police investigation this time was slightly more thorough, but it still hit the same wall of societal indifference. Detectives questioned whether the victim had been involved in high-risk behavior, whether he had placed himself in dangerous situations through his lifestyle choices, whether his death was somehow inevitable given the path he had chosen. The implication was clear. Some victims matter less than others. Kott watched the investigations from a safe distance, monitoring newspaper reports, listening to conversations in the shops and cafes where locals discussed the murders with a mixture of horror and fascination. He noted which details the police released publicly and which they held back, information that would help him adjust his methods, cover his tracks more effectively. He felt no remorse, no guilt, no human connection to the men whose lives he had ended. They were objects to him, tools for his gratification, no more significant than the cigarettes he used to burn them or the ropes he used to bind them. His confidence grew with each successful kill. The third victim, selected only 6 weeks after the second, was a married man living a double life. Someone who had convinced himself that his occasional encounters with other men didn't define him, didn't make him one of them. He was careful about where he went, paranoid about being recognized, terrified that exposure would destroy his marriage, his career, his carefully constructed existence. That fear made him an ideal target. Kot spotted him lingering near the railway station, dressed too well for the neighborhood, glancing around nervously like someone who didn't belong. The approach was different this time. No friendly conversation, no coffee shop meeting. Instead, Kot simply made eye contact, nodded toward a nearby alley, and walked away, confident the man would follow. And he did, his desire temporarily overriding his caution, his need for connection blinding him to danger. This victim fought harder than the others. When he realized what was happening, when he understood that the man he had followed into darkness intended to kill him, he fought with the desperation of someone who had everything to lose. The struggle was ferocious, loud enough that Kot had to change locations mid-attack, dragging his partially strangled victim deeper into the industrial district where the sounds of violence would blend with the ambient noise of machinery and rail traffic. The killing took longer because of the resistance, and Kot discovered he enjoyed the challenge. He liked the way terror gave his victims strength they didn't know they possessed, the way survival instinct transformed ordinary men into fierce opponents. He began to see each murder not just as an act of gratification but as a test of his own capabilities, a way to prove his superiority, his right to determine who lived and who died. The body was found quickly this time, discovered by railway workers only hours after death. The victim's wallet was still in his pocket, his identification intact, making the notification of next of kin swift and devastating. His wife learned that her husband had been murdered in a district he had no business visiting, in circumstances that raised questions about his activities, his secrets, his other life. The scandal rippled through their social circle, a reminder that death doesn't just end lives, it exposes them. The pattern was becoming clear even to reluctant investigators. 3 bodies in less than a year, all men, all killed in similar fashion, all last seen in areas known for gay encounters. The torture, the mutilation, the specific targeting of genitals, these were the signatures of someone with a distinct pathology, someone who would continue killing until he was stopped. But stopping him required resources, required prioritizing the deaths of gay men over other cases, required admitting that a serial killer was operating in Lodz, targeting a vulnerable community that most of society preferred to ignore. The investigation expanded slowly, grudgingly, hampered by lack of evidence and lack of institutional will. Witnesses were reluctant to come forward, fearing that admitting they had been in those locations would expose their own secrets. The gay community had no organized structure, no trusted leaders who could serve as liaisons with law enforcement. Communication happened through whispers and warnings, men cautioning each other to be careful, to avoid going anywhere alone, to trust no one. But fear only goes so far when loneliness is the alternative. Kot continued hunting through 1988 and into 1989, his pace accelerating as his confidence grew. The 4th victim, the 5th, the 6th, they blurred together in official records, each following the same terrible pattern. Men disappeared from the streets of Lodz and reappeared as corpses bearing the marks of extended torture. Their bodies dumped in locations that suggested the killer knew the city intimately, understood its hidden places, its blind spots, its forgotten corners where death could occur unnoticed. The torture methods evolved with each killing. Kot experimented with different implements, different techniques, different durations of suffering. Some victims showed signs of being kept alive for days, confined in a location where their screams wouldn't be heard, systematically brutalized in ways that demonstrated increasing sophistication and cruelty. The killer was learning, adapting, perfecting his craft. Each murder taught him something new about pain, about fear, about the mechanics of ending human life slowly and deliberately. By the time authorities finally acknowledged they were dealing with a serial killer, at least 8 men were dead, possibly more whose bodies remained undiscovered or whose deaths had been attributed to other causes. The investigation consumed resources, generated headlines, sparked debates about public safety and moral decay. But it produced no arrests, no viable suspects, no progress towards stopping the killings. The Lodz gay murderer, as the press had begun calling him, remained a phantom, a shadow moving through the city with impunity, selecting victims at will. Carol Kott lived at 56 Naratowixa Street, in a building that had witnessed decades of human drama without complaint. The apartment was small, functional, unremarkable, 2 rooms that held the accumulated debris of a solitary life. Neighbors knew him only in passing, exchanging brief greetings when their paths crossed on the stairwell, noticing nothing that might suggest the monster living among them. He paid his rent on time, kept irregular hours that seemed consistent with shift work, and generated no complaints about noise or disturbances. In the anonymous sprawl of urban Poland, he was nobody, nothing, perfectly invisible. The interior of his apartment told a different story, though no one would see it until much later. The main room was sparse, containing only essential furniture arranged with military precision. But the bedroom was different. The bedroom was where Kott kept his secrets, where the mask slipped away and his true nature found expression. The walls were covered with photographs clipped from magazines, images of men, some clothed, some not, arranged in patterns that suggested obsessive categorization. Some faces were circled in red ink. Some were crossed out entirely. Some had been defaced with crude drawings, violent imagery superimposed over human features. A locked trunk beneath the bed contained what police would later catalog as trophies, personal items taken from victims, souvenirs that allowed Kott to relive his crimes whenever the urge struck. There were watches, rings, identification cards, photographs of families who would never see their loved ones again. There were also items more directly connected to the killings. Ropes still bearing dark stains, knives wrapped in cloth, a collection of cigarette lighters that had been used to inflict burns. Each object was carefully preserved, protected, cherished as evidence of his power, his dominance, his right to determine who lived and who died. Kott's daily routine provided cover for his nocturnal activities. He worked as a mechanic at various garages around Lodz, taking jobs that paid under the table, staying at each location only long enough to avoid building relationships or attracting attention. His skills were adequate but not exceptional, his work ethic reliable but not remarkable. Employers appreciated that he asked no questions, made no demands, simply did his work and collected his pay. He was the perfect invisible employee, the kind who leaves no lasting impression. His hunting expeditions followed careful patterns, though he varied them enough to avoid establishing a predictable schedule. He would visit different locations on different nights, spending hours simply observing, studying potential victims before making his approach. He learned to read body language, to identify men who carried themselves with particular vulnerability, who projected a neediness that made them susceptible to manipulation. He targeted those who seemed alone, disconnected, desperate for human contact in a world that denied them basic recognition. The approach varied based on circumstances and opportunity. Sometimes it was friendly conversation, the offer of companionship and understanding. Sometimes it was more direct, a suggestion delivered with the confidence that desire would override caution. And sometimes it was simply predatory pursuit, identifying someone isolated, following them into darkness, using force rather than persuasion. Kott had discovered that all methods worked, that victims came in various forms, and that adapting to circumstances made him more effective as a killer. The 9th victim was a 41-year-old teacher named Andre, a man who had spent his entire adult life hiding his true self, conforming to social expectations while dying inside from the strain of constant pretense. He had never acted on his desires, had convinced himself that simply having these feelings without pursuing them was a form of moral victory. But loneliness accumulates like poison, and eventually, the isolation became unbearable. One evening in March 1989, he found himself walking through the park where others gathered, telling himself he was just curious, just exploring, knowing deep down he was searching for something he had denied himself for decades. Kott recognized the type immediately, middle-aged, respectable, terrified, a first-timer whose inexperience made him particularly vulnerable. The older man approached with grandfatherly warmth, sensing the teacher's fear and addressing it directly. "It's frightening, isn't it?" he said softly. "Being here, taking this step. But you're safe. No one here judges. We all understand." The words were exactly what Andre needed to hear. The reassurance that silenced his screaming instincts. The permission that allowed him to follow the stranger into catastrophe. They went to Kat's apartment, Andre's anxiety temporarily subdued by the normalcy of the surroundings. The offer of coffee, the mundane conversation about teaching and students and the challenges of modern education. Kat was patient, letting his victim relax, watching the tension drain from his shoulders as the teacher convinced himself this was safe. This was okay. This was just two people talking. And then, when the guard was completely down, when trust had been established and fear had subsided, the killer struck. The attack was sudden, brutal, overwhelming. Kat moved with practiced efficiency, knocking the coffee cup from his victim's hand and wrapping a cord around his throat before Andre could process what was happening. The teacher fought instinctively, his body recognizing mortal danger even as his mind struggled to comprehend the betrayal, the impossibility of what was occurring. He clawed at the cord, at the hands holding it, at anything within reach, his lungs burning, his vision darkening, his consciousness fragmenting under the pressure. But Kat didn't finish him quickly. That wasn't the point. The strangulation was only the beginning, the method of control, not death itself. Once Andre was sufficiently weakened, once resistance became impossible, the real work began. Kat bound his victim's hands and feet with rope that cut into flesh, secured him to the bed frame with practiced knots, and then stepped back to admire his handiwork, to savor the moment when absolute power became absolute reality. What followed was hours of systematic torture, a methodical exploration of pain that demonstrated Kat's evolution as a killer. He used cigarettes to burn sensitive areas, watching his victim's face contort, listening to the muffled screams against the gag that prevented any sound from escaping the apartment. He used knives to make shallow cuts, hundreds of them, turning skin into canvas, creating patterns that pleased him aesthetically while maximizing suffering. He applied pressure to joints, forcing them past their natural limits, generating agony that couldn't be escaped or endured, only survived until the next wave came crashing down. Andre remained conscious for most of it, his body refusing to grant him the mercy of unconsciousness even as his mind shattered under the assault. Kat would periodically loosen the gag, allowing his victim to speak, to plead, to beg for mercy that would never come. The killer found these moments particularly satisfying, the way desperation made men promise anything, offer anything, debase themselves completely in the futile hope of survival. He would listen with mock sympathy, nodding as though considering the pleas, before tightening the gag again and continuing his work. The final strangulation came only after Kat had exhausted his interest, after his victim had been so thoroughly destroyed that continuing seemed pointless. Even then, he took his time, applying the cord slowly, watching life drain away gradually, savoring the transition from person to corpse. When it was finally over, when Andre's body hung limp and lifeless from its restraints, Kat felt the familiar satisfaction, the sense of completion that came from successfully executing his dark purpose. The disposal was routine by now. He waited until after midnight, wrapped the body in plastic sheets, transported it in pieces that fit into duffel bags he carried on public transportation, deposited the remains in an abandoned building scheduled for demolition. By the time the body was discovered, weeks later, decomposition and scavenging animals had rendered identification difficult, though not impossible. Dental records eventually confirmed what investigators suspected. Another victim, another unsolved murder, another life destroyed by the Lodz gay murderer. The pattern continued through 1989 and into 1990. Kat refined his methods with each kill, becoming more efficient in his selection process, more sophisticated in his torture techniques, more careful in his disposal methods. He developed a routine that felt almost workmanlike: the hunt, the capture, the torture, the disposal, the recovery period before beginning again. Each cycle reinforced his sense of invulnerability, his conviction that he was too smart to be caught, too careful to make mistakes. The 10th victim was a young man barely out of his teens, someone who had fled his small village for the relative anonymity of Lodz after his family discovered his secret and cast him out. He survived by doing odd jobs, sleeping in hostels or on the streets when money ran short, navigating the harsh reality of urban poverty while trying to build some semblance of a life. His youth and desperation made him an easy target, someone whose disappearance would generate minimal investigation, whose death would be attributed to the general dangers faced by homeless populations. Kot found him near the train station, huddled against the cold, looking half-starved and completely exhausted. The approach was simple, an offer of food, shelter for the night, no strings attached, just one human being helping another. The young man hesitated, his street smarts warning him about men who offered help to vulnerable boys. But hunger and cold are powerful motivators. He accepted, following his killer through the darkening streets to the apartment on Naratowixa Street, trusting that survival meant accepting risks. This killing was particularly brutal, perhaps because the victim was young and strong, capable of mounting serious resistance despite his weakened condition. When the attack came, the young man fought like a wild animal, fueled by the understanding that death was imminent, that this was his final chance to survive. The struggle crashed through the apartment, knocking over furniture, leaving evidence of violence on every surface. Neighbors would later claim they heard nothing unusual, a testimony to either Soviet-era construction quality or willful ignorance. Kot eventually subdued his victim through sheer persistence, the older man's experience overcoming the younger man's strength. The torture that followed was extensive, lasting through the night and into the following day. The killer seemed particularly focused on inflicting facial injuries this time, destroying the victim's features with methodical brutality, reducing a human face to raw meat. The psychological motivation was unclear. Was he trying to erase the person, to make identification difficult, or simply exploring new avenues of destruction? The body was dismembered post-mortem, hacked apart with knives and a small saw, the pieces distributed across multiple locations around Lodz. Police would eventually recover most of the remains, though some parts were never found. The investigation noted that the dismemberment showed increasing skill, suggesting the killer had practiced or studied anatomy, understanding which joints were easiest to separate, which bones required more effort to saw through. It was the work of someone who had done this before, who had learned from experience how to efficiently reduce a human body to manageable pieces. As the body count climbed into double digits, pressure on law enforcement intensified. The press coverage grew more aggressive, with journalists demanding explanations for why the killer remained free, why police seemed unable to protect vulnerable members of society. Public meetings were held where citizens voiced their concerns, though notably, few spoke openly about the victim's sexual orientation, preferring to focus on the general threat of violent crime rather than acknowledge the specific community being targeted. The police response was hampered by multiple factors beyond simple homophobia. Forensic technology in late communist Poland lagged behind Western standards, limiting investigators' ability to process crime scenes effectively. Witness cooperation remained minimal, as those who frequented the locations where victims were found feared exposing themselves by coming forward. And the killer himself was remarkably disciplined, leaving behind minimal physical evidence, varying his disposal methods enough to frustrate pattern analysis, operating with a level of sophistication that suggested intelligence and careful planning. Detective Janusz Wróblewski emerged as the lead investigator, a career officer who approached the case with determination despite institutional obstacles. He recognized early that solving these murders would require unconventional methods, that traditional police work wouldn't locate a killer who operated in society's margins, hunting victims from a community that existed largely underground. Wróblewski began building relationships with individuals willing to serve as informal informants, creating a network that could provide intelligence about suspicious activity, about strangers asking unusual questions, about men who seemed too interested in others' vulnerabilities. The breakthrough, when it came, arrived through mundane police work rather than dramatic revelation. In August 1990, a patrol officer noticed a man acting suspiciously near one of the known cruising areas, someone who seemed to be watching others rather than participating in the tentative social exchanges happening around him. The officer approached to check identification, a routine encounter that would have ended with the man going on his way, except that when Kot reached for his wallet, something fell from his pocket. A driver's license bearing someone else's name and photograph. The officer's suspicion triggered further investigation. A search of Kott's person revealed 3 more identification cards, none belonging to him, all bearing names that appeared on missing persons reports connected to the murder investigation. He was arrested immediately, transported to police headquarters, placed in an interrogation room while detectives scrambled to understand what they had accidentally stumbled upon. Initial questioning revealed nothing. Kott claimed he found the identification cards on the street, offered no explanation for why he kept them, refused to discuss his activities or whereabouts on any specific dates. But while Kott maintained his silence, investigators descended on his apartment, executing a search warrant that would expose the full scope of his crimes. What they found horrified even seasoned detectives who thought they had seen everything during decades of police work. The photographs on the walls, the trunk full of trophies, the journals where Kott had meticulously documented his kills, dates, locations, victim descriptions, detailed accounts of torture methods and their effectiveness. He had created an archive of atrocity, a record of his evolution as a serial killer, preserved with the pride of someone documenting an achievement rather than confessing to crimes. The physical evidence was overwhelming. Blood traces throughout the apartment matched multiple victims. Ropes in the trunk bore fingerprints and DNA material from dead men. Knives still carried residue that linked them to specific murders. The journals provided information about kills that hadn't yet been connected to the investigation, victims whose bodies remained undiscovered or whose deaths had been attributed to other causes. Conservative estimates suggested at least 14 murders, though the true number might have been higher, some victims so thoroughly destroyed or disposed of that they would never be found. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Kott finally broke his silence. But rather than showing remorse or seeking to minimize his actions, he seemed almost eager to discuss his crimes, to explain his methodology, to demonstrate the sophistication of his killing techniques. The confessions were chilling in their matter-of-fact delivery, Kott describing torture and murder with the same tone others might use to discuss their jobs or hobbies. He expressed no sympathy for his victims, no recognition of their humanity, no understanding that he had done anything morally wrong. They were objects to him, tools for satisfying urges he neither questioned nor controlled. The interrogation of Carol Kott lasted for weeks, a painstaking process during which detectives attempted to understand not just what he had done but why. The killer proved to be an unusual subject, neither boastful nor remorseful, neither grandiose nor self-pitying. He answered questions directly, provided details without embellishment, and displayed an almost clinical detachment from the suffering he had caused. It was as though he was discussing someone else's crimes, events he had observed rather than perpetrated, horrors he found interesting but not personally significant. Detective Wroblewski led most of the interrogations, establishing a rapport with Kott based on straightforward communication and absence of judgment. The detective understood that moral condemnation would shut down the conversation, that extracting information required treating the killer as a subject worthy of study rather than a monster worthy only of punishment. The strategy worked. Kott responded to professional curiosity, appreciating questions that demonstrated understanding of the complexities involved in serial murder, the technical challenges of capturing, controlling, and disposing of victims without detection. The killer's childhood, gradually revealed through questioning and supplementary investigation, provided some context for his deviance, though never an excuse. Kott grew up in poverty, the youngest son of parents who showed him minimal affection and considered children burdensome obligations rather than blessings. His father was an alcoholic prone to violent rages, his mother emotionally absent, withdrawn into herself as a survival mechanism. The household was characterized by neglect rather than active abuse. No one paid enough attention to young Carol to abuse him systematically. School provided no refuge. Kott was an indifferent student, neither gifted enough to attract positive attention nor troubled enough to trigger intervention. He drifted through his education, accumulating mediocre grades, making no lasting friendships, developing no connections to teachers or mentors who might have recognized the warning signs of developing pathology. He was simply there, occupying space, existing without impact, a ghost moving through institutions designed to shape and socialize children but somehow leaving him untouched. His adolescence brought the first clear manifestations of his deviant sexuality. Kant recognized early that he was attracted to males, a realization that filled him with self-loathing rather than acceptance. This was Poland in the 1960s, a society where homosexuality was viewed as perversion, disease, moral failure. He had no language to understand his feelings, no framework to normalize what felt fundamentally wrong. The conflict between desire and self-hatred created psychological pressure that sought release through increasingly dark fantasies. The fantasies began with domination, evolved into violence, and eventually fixated on torture and death. Kant would lie awake imagining scenarios in which he had complete control over another person, in which that person existed solely for his gratification, in which pain and fear became instruments of pleasure. The fantasies grew more detailed, more elaborate, more specific in their brutality. He would mentally choreograph entire scenes: the capture, the confinement, the systematic destruction of will and body, the final moments when life extinguished under his hands. For years, the fantasies remained fantasies, dark thoughts that provided outlet without requiring action. Kant masturbated to images of violence, achieved sexual release through imagination rather than implementation. But fantasy has limits, diminishing returns that require escalation to maintain their intensity. The mental images that once satisfied began to feel hollow, insufficient, frustratingly unreal. He wanted to experience his fantasies physically, to transform imagination into reality, to discover whether actual murder provided the satisfaction his mind promised. The first kill, he told investigators, was almost accidental, an impulse that overtook him before conscious thought could intervene. He had approached a man in the park, intending nothing more than conversation, but something shifted when they reached his apartment. Looking at this stranger sitting in his space, trusting and vulnerable, Kant felt power surge through him, intoxicating and irresistible. The decision to kill came suddenly, a switch flipping in his brain, transforming the man from person to prey in an instant. That first strangulation was clumsy, inefficient, prolonged by inexperience and the victim's unexpected resistance. But it worked, eventually, and when the man finally stopped struggling, when death became undeniable, Kant experienced a rush unlike anything he had felt before. The satisfaction was profound, absolute, better than any sexual climax, more fulfilling than any human connection. He had done it. He had crossed the line from fantasy to reality, from imagination to implementation, and the universe hadn't stopped him, hadn't punished him, had allowed him to become what he had always been destined to become: a killer. The torture elements developed gradually, emerging from experimentation rather than premeditation. Kant discovered that extending the killing process, prolonging his victim's suffering, intensified his own pleasure. He began to see murder not as a single act but as a performance with multiple movements, each requiring skill and attention. The capture was one phase, requiring cunning and patience. The torture was another, demanding creativity and control. The final kill was the climax, the moment when all previous elements converged into ultimate resolution. He studied his craft the way others studied legitimate professions, learning from each kill what worked and what didn't, refining his techniques, developing signature methods that became his artistic expression. The cigarette burns, he explained, provided precise pain control, allowing him to inflict suffering in measurable doses, watching his victims' reactions, calibrating intensity based on desired effect. The ligature strangulation allowed for repeated near-death experiences, bringing victims to the edge of oblivion and pulling them back, demonstrating his absolute power over their existence. The genital mutilation held specific psychological significance. Kant described this aspect of his crimes with particular intensity, explaining that destroying the sexual organs represented destruction of identity itself, reduction of the victim to mere flesh, erasure of what made them male, human, individual. It was symbolic emasculation taken to its extreme conclusion, a physical manifestation of his contempt not just for his victims but for himself, for the desires that connected him to them, for the shared orientation that marked them both as deviant in society's eyes. When pressed about whether he felt remorse, whether he experienced nightmares or guilt over what he had done, Kant seemed genuinely puzzled by the question. He acknowledged that he understood intellectually that his actions were wrong according to law and social convention, but he felt no emotional connection to that wrongness. The victims existed in his memory as objects, not people, their suffering remembered clinically rather than empathetically. He could describe in detail how each man had looked, sounded, struggled, and died, but he felt nothing about those memories except satisfaction at work well done. Psychological evaluation revealed a textbook presentation of antisocial personality disorder combined with sadistic sexual deviance. Dr. Marek Zawatsky, the forensic psychiatrist assigned to assess Kott's mental state, documented profound deficits in empathy, inability to form genuine emotional bonds, and complete absence of moral reasoning beyond fear of punishment. Kott understood right from wrong in abstract terms but had no internal moral compass, no conscience that generated guilt or shame in response to harmful actions. He was, in clinical terminology, a psychopath, someone who looked human, functioned in society with apparent normality, but lacked the fundamental emotional equipment that makes most people recoil from causing suffering. The sadism was equally pronounced. Kott derived genuine pleasure from inflicting pain, from watching others suffer, from exercising absolute control over helpless victims. This wasn't incidental to his murders but central to them, the primary motivation driving his actions. He didn't kill because he had to, because voices commanded him, because of psychotic delusions about cosmic missions or divine instructions. He killed because he enjoyed it, because torture and death provided satisfaction nothing else could match, because the screams and pleas and terror of dying men made him feel alive in ways ordinary existence never did. Dr. Zawatsky's report emphasized that Kott represented a particularly dangerous variant of serial killer, organized, intelligent, patient, and completely untroubled by conscience. He lacked the chaotic impulsivity that often leads disorganized killers to make mistakes, the psychotic confusion that generates patterns investigators can exploit, the emotional volatility that creates tension between murders. Kott was steady, methodical, and would have continued killing indefinitely if not accidentally captured. There was no internal mechanism that would have stopped him, no threshold of satisfaction he would eventually reach, no remorse that would finally emerge to end the violence. The investigation gradually reconstructed the full scope of Kott's activities, connecting him definitively to 14 murders and tentatively to several others where evidence remained circumstantial. The confirmed victims ranged in age from 19 to 47, spanning different social classes, education levels, and life circumstances. Their only common characteristics were their sexual orientation and their fatal decision to trust a predator who understood exactly how to exploit their vulnerabilities. Some victims had been killed quickly, their torture lasting only hours before death provided escape. Others had been kept alive for days, imprisoned in Kott's apartment while he systematically destroyed them. The killer explained that duration depended on multiple factors: how much time he had available, how resistant the victim proved to be, how much the particular individual interested him. Some men, he said almost apologetically, simply weren't engaging enough to warrant extended attention. He killed them efficiently and moved on to more promising prey. The disposal methods varied based on practical considerations. Bodies dumped whole in remote locations were victims killed when Kott lacked time or energy for dismemberment. Those discovered in pieces had been murdered when he felt motivated to undertake the laborious process of cutting them apart, transporting them separately, distributing remains across multiple sites to frustrate identification and investigation. The journals revealed that he sometimes revisited disposal sites, checking whether bodies had been found, studying police activity, experiencing renewed satisfaction from witnessing the aftermath of his crimes. Among the recovered trophies were items of heartbreaking ordinariness: a wedding ring from the married schoolteacher, a university identification card from the young student, a photograph of parents who would never know what happened to their son. Each object represented a life destroyed, a future erased, families condemned to permanent uncertainty or devastating knowledge. Detectives had the grim task of returning these items to next of kin, providing closure that came at the cost of confirming worst fears. The legal proceedings began in early 1991, as Poland continued its transformation from communist state to democratic republic. The trial attracted massive media attention, both domestic and international, as journalists recognized this as one of the most significant serial killer cases in Polish history. The courtroom was packed daily with observers, some genuinely interested in understanding how such atrocities could occur, others drawn by morbid curiosity, the same dark fascination that makes people slow down to view traffic accidents. Cott appeared in court cleanly dressed, calm, cooperative with his defense attorneys despite their impossible task. He had confessed to everything, provided details that could only come from the killer himself, and shown no indication of mental illness that might support an insanity defense. His lawyers argued for life imprisonment rather than the death penalty, emphasizing his cooperation with investigators, his troubled childhood, his mental health diagnoses that suggested diminished capacity despite legal sanity. They presented him as damaged rather than evil, broken rather than monstrous, someone who needed treatment rather than execution. The prosecution faced no such challenges. They presented overwhelming evidence, physical, documentary, testimonial, that established Cott's guilt beyond any conceivable doubt. They called forensic experts who described the crime scenes, medical examiners who detailed the victim's injuries, detectives who recounted the investigation's progression. They read from Cott's journals, his own words describing torture and murder with chilling detachment. And they called family members of the victims, parents and siblings and spouses who testified to the human cost of his crimes, the grief that would haunt them permanently, the absence that could never be filled. One mother testified through tears about her son, the university student, describing a bright young man full of potential, someone who struggled with his identity but deserved love and acceptance rather than brutal death. She spoke directly to Cott, asking why, demanding answers that would help her understand the incomprehensible. The killer looked at her without emotion, offering no response, his face revealing nothing of what he thought or felt. The moment crystallized the fundamental disconnect between Cott and normal humanity, his complete inability to recognize others as deserving of basic compassion. The trial lasted 3 months, a thorough examination of evidence and testimony that left no question unexplored, no detail unexamined. The defense made their arguments, the prosecution made theirs, and the judges, this was a bench trial without jury, retired to deliberate. The verdict, when delivered, surprised no one. Carol Cott was found guilty on 14 counts of first-degree murder, multiple counts of torture, and various lesser charges related to kidnapping and desecration of remains. The guilty verdicts were unanimous, unequivocal, absolutely certain. The sentencing phase brought the question of appropriate punishment to the forefront. Poland had abolished the death penalty in 1988, making execution legally impossible despite public sentiment that Cott deserved nothing less. The maximum available sentence was life imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years before parole eligibility, though given the severity and number of his crimes, actual release seemed unlikely. The judges emphasized that Cott represented a permanent danger to society, someone whose psychopathy and sadism rendered him fundamentally unsuitable for rehabilitation or eventual reintegration. When asked if he had any statement before sentencing, Cott stood and spoke briefly, his words carefully chosen, emotionally flat. He acknowledged that he understood why society needed to punish him, that his actions violated laws essential for social order, that imprisonment was the logical consequence of his choices. He did not apologize, did not express remorse, did not ask for forgiveness from his victims' families. He simply accepted his fate with the same detachment he had shown throughout the proceedings, a man accounting for costs rather than confronting moral reckoning. The sentence came down as expected: life imprisonment, to be served in a maximum security facility housing Poland's most dangerous criminals. Cott would spend the remainder of his days behind bars, isolated from potential victims, contained by walls and guards and constant surveillance. As he was led from the courtroom, some observers reported seeing a faint smile cross his face, though what private thought produced that expression remained unknowable. Perhaps it was satisfaction at achieving a form of immortality through infamy, or perhaps merely relief that uncertainty had ended and his future had been definitively established. The imprisonment of Carol Cott should have marked the end of the story, the conclusion where justice prevails and society achieves closure. But the reverberations of his crimes continued long after the courtroom doors closed, rippling through families, communities, and institutions in ways both visible and hidden. The Lodz gay murderer became more than just a criminal case. He became a symbol of vulnerability, a reminder of predators who hunt in society's shadows, a cautionary tale about the deadly intersection of homophobia and violence. For the families of victims, the verdict provided only partial relief. Yes, the killer had been identified, captured, convicted. Yes, he would never hurt anyone else. But 14 men remained dead, their futures stolen, their potential unrealized, their absences permanent and aching. Mothers and fathers struggled to reconcile memories of their sons with knowledge of how they died, images of childhood innocence corrupted by forensic descriptions of torture and mutilation. Siblings wrestled with guilt, wondering whether greater acceptance might have prevented their brothers from seeking connection in places where predators waited. The gay community in Lodz experienced trauma that extended beyond direct connection to victims. Every gay man who had frequented the cruising areas, who had taken risks in search of companionship, who had trusted strangers out of desperate loneliness, carried the awareness that they might have been next. Survivors' guilt mingled with justified anger at a society that forced them to exist in shadows where monsters could hunt freely. The murders confirmed their worst fears, that they were disposable, that their deaths would be investigated half-heartedly if at all, that their orientation marked them as acceptable casualties. Activism emerged slowly from the aftermath, as survivors and allies recognized that safety required visibility, that remaining underground meant remaining vulnerable. Small organizations formed to provide support services, to advocate for legal protections, to challenge the discrimination that made gay men easy targets. The work was dangerous in early 1990s Poland, where conservative religious and political forces remained powerful, where public displays of gay identity could trigger violent backlash. But the Kot case had demonstrated the alternative to visibility: continued predation, continued deaths, continued indifference from authorities who didn't consider certain lives worth protecting. The police faced their own reckoning. The investigation had been sluggish, inadequate, hampered by institutional biases that delayed recognition of a serial killer operating in their jurisdiction. Internal reviews acknowledged failures, the missed connections between early murders, the insufficient resources allocated to investigating crimes against gay men, the lack of community outreach that might have generated earlier warnings. Reforms were promised, training enhanced, procedures updated. Whether these changes represented genuine commitment or performative responses to public criticism remained unclear. Detective Wróblewski, whose persistence had been crucial to eventually solving the case, found himself troubled by questions that transcended his successful investigation. How many murders could have been prevented if authorities had taken the first deaths more seriously? How many men died because police couldn't overcome their own prejudices sufficiently to protect marginalized communities? He had done his job well in the end, but the end had come too late for 14 victims whose deaths might have been avoided. The recognition haunted him, contributing to his decision to retire early and pursue teaching rather than continued police work. Forensic psychiatry gained a valuable case study, albeit one purchased with human lives. Dr. Zawadzki published extensively about Kot, analyzing the intersection of psychopathy, sadism, and sexual orientation in ways that advanced understanding of serial killer psychology. His work emphasized that Kot's homosexuality was incidental to his violence. He didn't kill because he was gay, but rather targeted gay men because their marginalized status made them vulnerable, accessible, and unlikely to be vigorously defended by law enforcement. The distinction mattered enormously, countering efforts by anti-gay activists to portray homosexuality itself as inherently linked to violence. Media coverage of the case proved to be a double-edged sword. On one hand, extensive reporting raised awareness about the dangers faced by gay men, forced conversations about discrimination and violence, challenged comfortable assumptions about who deserved protection. On the other hand, sensationalistic coverage sometimes reinforced harmful stereotypes, portraying gay sexuality as inherently dangerous, suggesting that victims bore responsibility for their deaths by engaging in high-risk behavior, implicitly arguing that tragedy was inevitable given the lifestyle choices involved. International observers noted the Kot case as symptomatic of broader European patterns. Serial killers targeting gay men had operated in Germany, Britain, France, and other countries, often with similar dynamics: delayed investigations, minimal resources, societal indifference until body counts became undeniable. The vulnerability emerged not from homosexuality itself, but from the marginalization that forced gay communities underground, that severed connections to protective institutions, that created hunting grounds where predators operated with relative impunity. Inside prison, Cott adjusted to incarceration with the same detachment he demonstrated throughout his trial. He followed rules because breaking them invited punishment he preferred to avoid, not because he respected authority or believed in rehabilitation. He participated in mandated psychological counseling with cooperative superficiality, saying what therapists wanted to hear while revealing nothing of substance about his internal life. Evaluations consistently concluded that he remained dangerous, that release would inevitably result in additional murders, that he would kill again if given opportunity. Other inmates initially approached Cott with curiosity mixed with revulsion. Serial killers occupy a strange position in prison hierarchies, feared for their capacity for violence, despised for targeting vulnerable populations, respected by some for achieving notoriety through transgression. Cott navigated these dynamics by maintaining distance, refusing to discuss his crimes with fellow prisoners, declining to participate in the informal economy of prison stories where killers trade tales of their exploits. He wanted no disciples, sought no admirers, desired only to serve his sentence with minimal disruption. The years passed with grinding monotony. Cott aged in captivity, his health declining as untreated conditions accumulated, medical care adequate but hardly luxurious. He read extensively, consuming books provided by the prison library, demonstrating particular interest in history and technical subjects. He avoided fiction, explaining to a guard that he had no interest in made-up stories when reality provided sufficient material for contemplation. Whether he reflected on his own reality, on the men he tortured and killed, remained unknown. He never volunteered such thoughts, and prison psychologists reported that he deflected any conversation that might reveal genuine emotion or self-awareness. Anniversary coverage of the crimes appeared periodically in Polish media, typically focusing on the victims rather than the killer, honoring lives cut short rather than sensationalizing the violence that ended them. Journalists tracked down family members willing to share memories, the teacher who loved classical music, the student who dreamed of becoming a writer, the young man who fled his village seeking acceptance and found only death. These stories humanized statistics, reminded audiences that each victim was a complete person with hopes and fears and people who loved them. Some families struggled with the public nature of their grief, uncomfortable with the revelation of their loved one's sexual orientation, unprepared for questions about whether they had known, whether they had accepted, whether they felt complicit in deaths that occurred because their sons or brothers or husbands sought connection in dangerous places. The judgment was rarely explicit but always present. The suggestion that proper families didn't produce gay children, that adequate acceptance would have prevented the circumstances that made them vulnerable, that somehow the murders were collective failures rather than the sole responsibility of a killer who chose to hunt and destroy. Others embraced advocacy, channeling grief into action, becoming voices for LGBTQ rights in a country where such activism remained controversial. They spoke at schools, gave interviews, partnered with emerging organizations working to create safer spaces for gay youth. They couldn't save their own loved ones, but perhaps they could prevent future tragedies, could build a society where being gay didn't require living in shadows where predators waited. The work provided meaning to loss, transformed victimhood into purpose, created legacy from tragedy. The cruising areas where Cott hunted gradually changed character as Polish society evolved. Lodz, like much of Poland, experienced significant liberalization following the fall of communism, though progress remained uneven and contested. Gay bars opened cautiously, community centers formed tentatively, pride events occurred despite protests and occasional violence. The desperate anonymous encounters in parks and railway stations didn't disappear entirely. Poverty, closetedness, and internalized homophobia continued driving some men to seek connection in risky circumstances, but alternatives emerged for those willing and able to access them. Younger generations of gay men learned about Karol Cott as cautionary history rather than immediate threat. His name became shorthand for the dangers that existed not so long ago, the violence that targeted their community, the indifference that allowed predators to operate unchecked. Some dismissed the warnings as outdated paranoia, convinced that modern Poland was safer, that awareness and technology and cultural change had eliminated the vulnerabilities caught exploited. Others understood that predators evolve as circumstances change, that vigilance remains necessary even as conditions improve. Academic interest in the case persisted across multiple disciplines. Criminologists studied Cott's victim selection and disposal methods, identifying patterns that might help predict and prevent future serial killings. Sociologists examined the social dynamics that made certain populations vulnerable, analyzing how marginalization creates opportunity for predation. Queer studies scholars explored the intersection of homophobia and violence, using the Cott case as evidence for why discrimination isn't just offensive but deadly, why acceptance and visibility constitute survival issues rather than merely civil rights concerns. True crime enthusiasts discovered the case as international interest in serial killers intensified. Documentaries were produced, podcasts recorded, books written, each retelling the story for new audiences with varying degrees of sensationalism and sensitivity. Some treatments respected the victim's humanity, contextualizing the murders within broader discussions of homophobia and violence. Others exploited the shock value, focusing on gruesome details of torture and death, reducing complex human beings to body counts and crime scene photographs. The victims' families largely avoided this cottage industry, declining interviews, requesting privacy, trying to preserve their loved one's dignity against the commodification of tragedy. Cott himself received periodic interview requests from journalists, researchers, and filmmakers seeking direct access to his perspective. He declined most, seeing no benefit in participation, no reason to revisit crimes that held no emotional significance for him beyond historical interest. On rare occasions when he did agree to speak with carefully vetted interviewers, he remained guarded, providing surface-level responses, avoiding introspection, maintaining the emotional distance that had characterized him since capture. Those who interviewed him consistently reported the same unsettling impression. This was someone who looked human, sounded human, but lacked something fundamental that makes people truly human rather than merely biological organisms moving through the world. The passage of time brought inevitable changes. Witnesses died, evidence deteriorated, memories faded. The Cott case transitioned from recent horror to historical tragedy, from living memory to archived documentation. New generations encountered the story without the visceral impact of those who lived through it, experiencing the murders as intellectual knowledge rather than personal terror. The transformation was natural, perhaps necessary, the way societies process and integrate trauma, converting raw wounds into scar tissue that protects rather than pains. But for some, the wounds never fully healed. A mother still placed flowers on her son's grave every year on the anniversary of his disappearance, still wondered what his life might have become if a predator hadn't stolen his future. A brother still struggled with the knowledge that his siblings' final hours had been filled with unimaginable suffering, still wrestled with impotent rage at being unable to protect someone he loved. A former partner still kept a photograph hidden in a drawer, unable to display it publicly without explaining the circumstances of death, unable to discard it without feeling complicity in erasing someone whose life mattered desperately even if society disagreed. Polish society's relationship with its LGBTQ community remained complicated decades after Kott's imprisonment. Progress occurred in fits and starts, advances followed by backlashes, victories shadowed by renewed discrimination. Gay marriage remained illegal, adoption by same-sex couples prohibited, religious and political leaders frequently deploying anti-LGBTQ rhetoric as political strategy. Yet pride marches grew larger, visibility increased, younger generations demonstrated greater acceptance than their parents' generation. Change was happening, glacially perhaps, but happening nonetheless. The Cott case featured regularly in these ongoing debates, weaponized by various factions to support contradictory arguments. Conservative voices pointed to the murders as evidence of the inherent dangers of homosexual lifestyles, suggesting that tragedy was inevitable when people rejected traditional values and morality. Progressive voices countered that the murders demonstrated exactly why discrimination was deadly, why forcing people to live in shadows created conditions where predators could hunt unchallenged, why acceptance and visibility constituted literal life or death issues rather than abstract political concerns. Law enforcement training gradually incorporated lessons from the Cott investigation, teaching new detectives about serial killer psychology, victim vulnerability, the the importance of taking early reports seriously regardless of victim characteristics. The reforms were imperfect, implementation uneven across different jurisdictions, but they represented acknowledgement that the system had failed, that institutional biases had facilitated murder, that protection should extend to all citizens regardless of sexual orientation. Whether rhetoric matched reality in practice remained subject to debate and ongoing monitoring by advocacy organizations. As 2025 approached, Carol Cott remained imprisoned, now in his late 70s, his health declining, his mortality approaching. Prison officials confirmed he suffered from multiple age-related conditions, that medical intervention focused on comfort rather than aggressive treatment, that release before death remained extremely unlikely barring extraordinary circumstances. He had spent more than 3 decades behind bars, the vast majority of that time in isolation from other prisoners for his own safety, living out his final years in a cell that had become his entire world. No credible reports suggested he experienced remorse or underwent transformation during his imprisonment. Psychologists who evaluated him periodically documented the same flat effect, the same absence of empathy, the same fundamental disconnection from normal human emotion. If he reflected on his crimes, if he experienced regret or satisfaction or any feeling whatsoever about the 14 lives he destroyed, he kept those thoughts entirely private. The killer who had documented his murders so meticulously in journals had nothing to say about what they meant, what they revealed about him, what lessons might be drawn from his descent into monstrous violence. The question of what creates killers like Carol Cott remained frustratingly difficult to answer. Was it genetic predisposition toward psychopathy, brain structure abnormalities that disabled empathy circuits? Was it environmental factors, childhood neglect, absence of early attachment, modeling of violence as acceptable behavior? Was it cultural context, a society that dehumanized certain populations, that taught that some lives mattered less than others, that created conditions where marginalized people became acceptable targets? Almost certainly, it was all of these factors intersecting in terrible confluence, biology and environment and culture combining to produce someone capable of systematic torture and murder without emotional consequence. Understanding motivation doesn't excuse behavior, doesn't reduce accountability, doesn't transform monsters into victims worthy of sympathy. Carol Cott chose his actions, planned his crimes, executed his victims with deliberation and intent. He deserved imprisonment, deserved permanent separation from potential victims, deserved condemnation for the suffering he caused. But understanding how people like him develop, what factors contribute to creation of serial killers, might help prevent future tragedies, might identify intervention points where troubled individuals could be diverted from violence before they claim their first victims. The 14 men killed by Cott deserved lives that extended beyond the dates of their deaths. They deserved to grow old, to find love and acceptance, to pursue their dreams and contribute to their communities. They deserved a society that protected them rather than abandoned them, that valued their lives as much as any others, that recognized their humanity fully and unconditionally. The fact that they were denied these things, that they died in terror and agony at the hands of a predator who saw them as objects rather than people, constitutes tragedy beyond adequate expression. Their names deserve remembrance. Andre, the teacher who finally acknowledged his truth only to have it destroyed. The student whose dreams of becoming a writer ended in a warehouse outside Lodz. The young man who fled his village seeking acceptance and found only death. The married man struggling to reconcile competing identities. And the others, each with their own stories, their own hopes, their own people who loved them and mourned them and carried permanent absences where they should have been. They were not just victims, not just statistics, not just cases in a forensic database. They were human beings who deserved better than they received from the world and from the killer who ended their lives. The story of the Lodz gay murderer carries lessons that extend beyond the specifics of one killer's crimes. It demonstrates how marginalization creates vulnerability, how discrimination facilitates violence, how societal indifference enables predators. It reveals the human cost of forcing people to live in shadows, of denying basic dignity and recognition to those whose identities challenge conventional expectations. And it challenges us to examine our own assumptions about whose lives matter, whose deaths deserve vigorous investigation and justice, whose suffering commands our empathy and action. Carol Cott will die in prison, unmourned except perhaps by those who study abnormal psychology and see in him a specimen worthy of academic interest. His death will close a chapter but won't end the story, because the dynamics that enabled his crimes persist wherever discrimination marginalizes communities, wherever societal rejection forces people into dangerous circumstances, wherever predators recognize that certain victims can be hunted with relative impunity. The fight against such predation requires more than just better policing or forensic science. It requires building societies where no one needs to live in shadows, where everyone's humanity receives full recognition, where potential victims don't exist because we've eliminated the vulnerabilities that killers exploit. That work continues in Lodz, in Poland, in countries around the world where LGBTQ people still face violence, discrimination, and systematic marginalization. Progress happens slowly, contested every step, threatened by backlash and regression. But it happens nonetheless, driven by survivors and allies who refuse to accept that some lives matter less than others, who insist that tragedy like the Kot murders never be dismissed as inevitable or acceptable, who demand a world where being different doesn't mean being disposable. The shadows that once covered Lodz's cruising areas have not entirely lifted, but they've thinned, penetrated by light from growing visibility, community building, and cultural change. The parks where men once gathered in terrified secrecy now see pride celebrations, community events, open acknowledgement that gay people exist and deserve the same basic safety as everyone else. The transformation isn't complete. Prejudice persists, violence still occurs, acceptance remains contested, but the direction is clear, and the pace, while frustratingly slow, moves toward greater justice. 14 men didn't live to see this progress. They died in darkness, killed by someone who embodied the most extreme form of hatred directed at gay people. Their deaths can't be undone. Their suffering can't be erased. Their futures can't be restored. But their memories can inspire continued work toward a world where such tragedies become truly impossible, where the vulnerabilities Kot exploited no longer exist, where everyone can seek connection without fear of predators waiting in the shadows. This is their legacy, purchased at terrible cost but meaningful nonetheless. Remember their names. Honor their humanity. Continue the work they never got to finish, building a world where no one needs to die simply for being themselves, for seeking love and acceptance, for trying to live authentic lives in societies that often demanded they remain invisible. The Lodz gay murderer claimed 14 victims, but he couldn't destroy the community he targeted, couldn't prevent the progress toward justice and equality, couldn't extinguish the fundamental human insistence on dignity, recognition, and survival against all odds. Thank you for watching and being part of this dive into the dark and fascinating stories that keep us all on edge. If you enjoyed the ride, remember to like, subscribe, and share with others who crave a good mystery. Tell us where you're watching from. I love knowing where in the world our true crime family is tuning in. Your presence means a lot. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and keep digging into the shadows where truth and mystery meet.